It seems you've overslept, and all of the starter Pokémon have been taken. You're absolutely devastated by this news, and turn around to leave, feeling dejected. However, the professor takes pity on you and stops you, saying that he does have another Pokémon you could take, but they're a bit unconventional. He takes out a Pokeball and reveals that there is a Pikachu inside of it. It's a small mouse-like Pokémon that are very popular among children, but can be a little hard to handle due to their electric powers. They're also very fast and can be difficult to keep up with for a beginner, but he wouldn't be making this offer if he didn't think you could handle it. It wasn't quite what you had in mind when you came here, but you decide to accept the rather generous offer. Afterward, you're gifted with a Pokédex, a device that lets you scan Pokémon for information, and some empty Pokeballs with which you can catch wild Pokémon to add to your team. Thus, you head to Route 1 with your Pikachu at your side, and begin your new journey. As you walk through the grassy field, something catches your eye. You turn toward it and see A. A wild Pidgeot. This should be an easy capture for you, especially with Pikachu on your side. B. A wild Rattata. UA. You call out for your new companion to help you catch the Pidgeot. He complies, and unleashes a Thunderbolt attack, which hits the Pidgey and causes a lot of damage. You identify damage. The Pidgey falls to the ground, and it's clear that it won't be getting up anytime soon. You rush over to it and throw a Pokeball in an attempt to catch it. It wiggles for a moment, then goes still. You've caught your first Pokemon. Your Pikachu runs up to you and pats you on the leg, celebrating your victory. You name Pikachu Pisachu for its yellow coloration. You continue on your way, and eventually come across a sign. It reads, Viridian Forest. Pokemon may attack you. You're super duper. You smirk. You say yes. I am very super duper. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It reads, Viridian Forest. Pokemon lurk in the shadows. You're super duper. You say Pikachu, why are there all these signs? Pikachu looks at you, and you realize that he can't read. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. You tell Pikachu to destroy the sign with Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashes a Thunderbolt at the sign, destroying it. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. You say no more signs. The sign wiggles a bit, then falls over. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. You run away from all the fucking signs. You run away from the sign, and it chases after you. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you. You look for an exit to Viridian Forest. You see a clearing up ahead. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you. It's the same sign that was chasing you. You say consult Pikachu for advice. What should we do about this sign, you ask. Pikachu looks at the sign, and begins to make a weird noise. Pika, he asks. What does that mean? You check map for location of Viridian City. You open up your map, and check where you are. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you. You find a Helix fossil. You find a Helix fossil. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. It's the same sign that was chasing you. It's the same sign that was chasing you. You consult Helix fossil for divine advice. The Helix fossil speaks to you, telling you to kick the sign. My faithful servant, I need you to kick the sign, it says. You do as it asks. You kick the sign, and it breaks. My servant has been freed of this burden, the Helix fossil says. You continue on your way, and eventually come across another sign. You say how do we get rid of the signs, Holy Helix? I'm not holy, I'm a fossil, the Helix says. You say please fine, I'll help you out. The signs are put there by this dumb bird, the Helix says, pointing to a Pidgeot. How can a Pidgeot put up signs? You say Pidgeot, what? Pidgeot, why are you harassing us with signs, you ask. Signs, signs, give me signs, no pictures. Sign SA no have pictures. The Pidgeot says. You say Helix, who taught this Pidgeot to speak English? I have no idea, the Helix says. Pidgey wants signs. Give me signs. No more pictures. Only signs. The Pidgey says. What can we do to help, you ask? Pidgey wants signs. Give me signs. No more pictures. Only signs. The Pidgey says, rather impatiently. What can we do to help Pidgey? You attempt to capture second Pidgey. You throw a Pokeball at the Pidgey, but it breaks free almost instantly. You say Pikachu, use Thunderfuck. Pikachu unleashes a massive thunderbolt, but the Pidgey evades. Pidgey, Pidgey, give me signs. No more pictures. Only signs. It says. You say Pikachu, use self-destruct on the annoying Pidgey. Pikachu's body begins to spark, and it races towards the Pidgey. The Pidgey notices this, and begins to flap its wings to try and hover out of the way, but it instead explodes mid-air. The annoying Pidgey has been defeated. You ask Helix Fossil how you get to next town. Go north for about a mile, then turn right and continue on that road until you get to the bridge. Cross the bridge, and you'll get to Viridian City, the Helix says. You say yes master, thank you, ancient one, you say. The Helix Fossil slowly began to disappear back into the rock face it was embedded in. You put Helix Fossil back into backpack. You put the Helix Fossil in your backpack, and continue on your journey. I can't wait to get my first badge, you say. Chew. Pikachu says in agreement. You say shut up Pikachu. Chew. Pikachu says, even louder this time. Shut up, or I'll shove you into my backpack, you say angrily. Pikachu says, nodding slightly before shutting up. You walk for a mile north, checking nearby grass for trainers or Pokémon. You walk along the road, staying alert for anything in the nearby grass. You see something move in the grass up ahead. It's a Rattata. But something is wrong with the Rattata. It seems to be made of wireframes and polygons, like a 3D model. It suddenly leaps at you, its teeth bared. Shit, you shout, as it tackles you to the ground. It begins to tear into your flesh with its razor-sharp teeth. Ah! My face. You scream in pain, as the creature gnaws through your skin, tendons, and muscles, reaching the bone. A man must know his limitations, the Rattata says in a horrible, low voice. What, you ask? A man must know his limitations, the Rattata says again. Suddenly, the creature vanishes, as you lay bleeding on the ground. You say Pikachu, help Pikachu. Pikachu asks in concern, running up to you. You consult Helix Fossil. After a quick consult with the Helix Fossil, you decide to head to the bridge. You walk for a few hours, before reaching the bridge. You describe current physical state. You are exhausted, and have many bite wounds on your body. How will you describe your mental state? You have been repeatedly taking out an inanimate fossil out of your backpack and asking it for advice, so take from that what you will. You seem to be walking into walls a lot, as well. You reach the bridge. There's a man standing there, waiting. He wears black jeans and a black t-shirt, and has a backpack just like yours. Hello, he says nonchalantly. You say hi, WH, what's your deal? I'm just a guy who is also looking for the Viridian City gym, he says. You say I need medical attention. What happened to you? The man asks you in genuine concern. I got attacked by a Pokémon, you say. He bursts out laughing. You say you can see the exposed bone on my face. He gets quiet. That would explain some things, he says. A car pulls up to the bridge. A woman steps out of it. You walk directly into the nonchalant man. Hey, I'm talking to you, he says angrily. I need medical attention, you say, explaining yourself. Well, since I'm collecting passengers, get in the car. You say no, you best listen to him, the woman says from the car. Shut up, woman, the man yells at her. Pikachu. Pikachu says angrily from inside your bag. You say Helix, let's get out of here. These people are weird. You turn around, and begin to walk away from the bridge. Hey, the man says angrily. Come back here. You hear feet pound behind you, and feel a tap on your shoulder. You run. You sprint, as fast as you can. Hey. Come back here. You hear the man yell from behind you, his feet pounding along the asphalt road. You run faster. Suddenly, a hand grabs your shoulder, and you fly forward. Let go of me, you yell angrily, and elbow the man in the face. He falls to the ground, and you begin running again. He falls to the ground, and you begin running again. You say, what does thou want from me? You yell at the man, as loud as you can. He stops, and falls backward. Pikachu. Pikachu says, using Thunderbolt. The man falls to the ground. Pika. You say thanks, Pikachu. I'll release you last. Thanks, Pikachu. You release Pikachu from the ball. Pika. You continue running along the road. You run for about a mile, before the road ends. Great, you say. A dead end. You turn around, to see the man you ran into standing before you. Give me your Pikachu, he says angrily. You say no don't be stupid, he says. Give me the Pikachu, or you'll get hurt. You hear a crackle. He's pointing a gun at you. Last chance. You Pikachu, use Thunder Gun. Pikachu lets out a thunder, hitting the man straight in the face. The gun flies into the air, and the man falls backward. Pika. You throw a Pokeball at the gun flying in the air. The Pokeball hits the gun, and it opens, sucking it inside. The ball then falls to the ground, before it closes once more. You did it, Pikachu, you did it, Pikachu, you say, picking up the ball. Now we can get out of here. You turn, and begin to walk away. Suddenly, you hear a loud scream behind you. You turn around to see the man, who is on fire. He begins flailing around, screaming and yelling. Ugh! My face! Ugh! He yells, running around. You take out Helix Fossil from bag and ask if there is anything you can do. You take out the Helix Fossil from your bag. What is that? The man asks, as his skin continues to burn. A fossil, you say simply. Give it to me. You say, what do we do, Helix? I don't know, the fossil says. The man begins to calm down, his skin returning to its original color. Give it to me, or you'll regret it, he says shakily. You say, Helix, you said that Viridian City was at the end of this bridge. Where do we go now? I don't kn. Shut it, the man says angrily, cutting the fossil off. Now, you listen to me. You say no. Let's go. Now, you listen to me. Now, you listen to me. You say no. Let's go, Pikachu. We're jumping off this bridge. What? Pikachu asks, confused. We need to jump off the bridge. No way, Pikachu says, electricity flaring through its cheeks. The water's going to kill us. You say wait, you can speak. Of course I can, Pikachu says, as if insulted you ask such a question. Watch it, or you'll make me shocked. You roll your eyes, and jump off the bridge. Ugh, you yell, as the water rapidly rushes up to meet you. You swim upwards, and reach the surface. You take out Helix from bag once again and consult it for divine advice, on how to get to Viridian City from here. The Helix Fossil remains quiet. Hey, you alive, you ask the Helix Fossil. Don't mock me, the fossil says in a low voice. You swim to shore. After a few minutes of swimming, you manage to reach the shore. You walk out of the river, soaking wet. Alright, let's try that again, you say to yourself. Once again, you begin to run along the path heading towards Viridian City. After an hour of jogging, you reach the city. I did it, you yell, punching the air. You walk into the Viridian City game corner. A security guard immediately confronts you. You say what? You're way too young to be in a place like this, he says, staring at you. You say okay. You nod, and begin to walk out of the building. Hey, the security guard yells. You can't just listen to me and then do whatever you want. What's the big deal, you ask. I was just leaving. What's the big deal, he says angrily. You think you can come into my place of work and disrespect me like that? You say yes. What did you just say, he asks. Yes, I think I can come into your place of work and disrespect you, you reply. I'll kick you out right now. You go ahead and try, you say confidently. The man approaches you, a fierce look in his eyes. You leave the building. You leave my place of work right now, or I swear to God, he begins. You leave the building. Please leave, the security guard begs. The man begins to walk away, a mixture of anger and embarrassment on his face. You decide to explore Viridian City. A nearby What's the big deal, you ask. I was just leaving. What's the big deal, he says angrily. You think you can come into my place of work and disrespect me like that? You say yes. What did you just say, he asks. Yes, I think I can come. Yes. Yes, I think I can come into your place of work and disrespect you, you reply. I'll kick you out right now. You go ahead and try, you say confidently. The man approaches you, a fierce look in his eyes. You leave the building. You leave my place of work right now, or I swear to God, he begins. You leave the building. Please leave, the security guard begs. The man begins to walk away, a mixture of anger and embarrassment on his face. You decide to explore Viridian City. You decide to explore Viridian City. A nearby shop particularly catches your eye. You observe surroundings. Check map of Viridian City and identify available locations. You walk out of the game corner and into the streets of Viridian. The first thing you notice is a pharmacy across the road, and a trainer's school next to it. You look around. You see a shop opposite with a sign reading pharmacy. You get medicine for torn up face. You go into the store and approach the counter. The shopkeeper, a woman in a white lab coat, smiles at you. Hello and welcome to the Viridian City Pharmacy, she says. You please help your face. You got mauled by a weird polygonal ratata. This is a bit embarrassing, you say. I was attacked by a weird, polygonal ratata. It tore my face up pretty badly, and I need something to put on the wounds. Do you sell anything? Yes we do, it's rare to get human customers here in the pharmacy. Most people go over to the trainer's school next door. What do you need? I don't know, what do you have? We have all of the usual items: potions, antidotes, super potions. You say, just apply them all to my face, please. Certainly, she says with a smile. She reaches below the counter and pulls out a tray of potions, antidotes, and super potions. You say, please spray them on my face. Certainly, she says with a smile. She sprays a potion onto your face. It burns like hell, and you double over in pain. The shopkeeper looks on in horror. You say, I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh my, I'm so sorry, the shopkeeper says. I've never had anyone use our items before. You walk into a wall in pain. Your face feels extremely hot. You walk into a wall by accident, due to your fog judgment. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. You walk outside. You look for Viridian City Gym. You see the Viridian City Gym in the distance. It is a large, impressive building, covered with plants and vines. You check inventory. You have a letter to mom. A map of Kanto. You check party of Pokemon. You have Pikachu the Pikachu. Pidgey the Pidgey. A gun. You see a Pidgey in the distance. It looks like it wants to fight. You ignore the Pidgey. Walk, haphazardly, to Viridian City Gym. You continue to walk towards the gym. You feel a stinging pain on your face as you walk. The medicine is wearing off. Suddenly, an old man approaches you in the distance. Does he want to teach you about the Teachy TV? Will you? Hello, the old man yells, running towards you. Do you like medicine? You say, yeah. The old man's face lights up. Do you want it for free? Yeah, sure, you say. Why not? The man pulls out a pink spray bottle filled with yellow liquid. You say, okay, do I just take it? The man throws it in the air, and shoots at it with his gun. It breaks into multiple pieces, some of which hit your face. You are unsure of what it is. What the hell was that, you say? Acid. It feels like acid on your face. No, the man says, laughing. It's lemon spray. You are unsure what he means, but you feel a soothing, cool feeling on your face. I made it myself, you say, unconventional, but thanks. No problem, the man says. If you're ever in Cerulean, look me up. I'm the owner of the spray shop there. He takes out a card and hands it to you. You take out Pidgey from Pokeball and hand card to Pidgey. Pidgey takes the card in its mouth and hands it back to you. You give the card back to Pidgey. Pidgey takes the card back in its mouth and hands it back to the man. Thank you, little Pidgey, he says, putting the card in his pocket. You're a smart Pokemon. You whisper exasperatedly to the man, can I have another one of those cards, please? Here you go, he says. Thank you, you say, taking the card from him. Pidgey drops the card, but it gets stuck on the side of its beak. You return Pidgey to Pokeball and approach Viridian City Gym. You knock on the door to the Viridian City Gym. A tall man with a bald head answers. Hello, he says. How does this gym work, you say. You want to challenge this gym, the man says. I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to give away that information. You say, what? I'm not authorized to give away that information, the man says. You are unsure how to respond. Have a nice day, he says. The man closes the door. You open the door and challenge the bald man to a battle. You decide to be bold and open the door again. I won't be giving you any information today, the man says. Go away. The man closes the door. You break the door. You're acting like a child, the man says. You may not come in. The man closes the door. You decide to give up and leave. You tell Pikachu to reduce the door to cinders. Pikachu shoots a bolt of lightning at the door. It explodes in a shower of splinters. The man looks shocked. Oh my, he says. This is highly irregular. You say, either you tell you how to enter this gym or you fight you with your deadly Pikachu. I'm telling you right now. You don't want to battle me, he says. I'm the gym leader, and I'm very experienced. Bring it on, you yell. Okay, he says. But I hope your Pidgey strong. The man takes out his own Pokeball. Go, Abra, he throws the ball into the air. You unleash Pidgey the Unbreakable. The man throws a Pokeball into the air, and it releases a Pokemon. It's Abra, the man says. It's been with me since it was a tiny Psychier. You say, what the hell is a Psychier? A baby Abra, the man says. The Pidgey and the Abra stare each other down, ready to attack at any moment. Let's make this quick, you say, use quick attack, Pidgey. Quick attack, you command. Pidgey speeds toward the Abra, but it moves out of the way at the last second. You say, use extreme speed, Pidgey. Quick attack again, you command. The Pidgey speeds toward the little psychic Pokemon, but it dodges the attack once again. You say, this isn't working. Go, Pikachu. Pikachu, you yell, sending it into the battlefield. With a lightning fast speed, the Abra strikes Pidgeot, knocking it into the air. You say Pidgeot, return. You call back Pidgeot. It's a one-on-one battle. Now let's see how you handle my Pikachu. Pikachu, you yell, sending it into the battlefield. The Pikachu and the Abra stare each other down, ready to attack at any moment. You say Pikachu, you self-destruct. Pikachu says. What, you ask. What does that mean? Chew, it says, looking at you. The Pikachu releases a ball of light, which slowly gets bigger. What is that, you ask? The ball explodes, releasing lots of stars flying everywhere. What was that? It's a sign, says the man. This battle is over. You look at the Pikachu, which now has a bunch of stars circling it. You say what happened? Where's Abra? He's dead, the man says. At least, for the next few minutes. You look closer, the ball of light has stopped moving. The Pikachu is gone. In its place. Is that, you ask? Yep, says the man. It's a star. The man throws another Pokeball, catching the star. I'll be holding onto this, you say hey, that's my Pikachu star thing. You can't just steal him. You'll get him back, says the man. Eventually. You say what do you mean? You'll have him back when you beat me, says the man. Are you ready to battle? You say go, Pidgeot. The man throws a Pokeball. A seal appears, and charges towards you. Seal, hurry, the man yells. Take it out with Ice Punch. You say dodge quickly, Pidgeot. The Pidgeot flies around Seal, confusing it. Stay still so I can hit you, the man yells. The Pidgeot dives down, avoiding another Ice Punch, before retreating back up. You say use Brick Break. The Pidgeot slams into the Seal, breaking its ice armor and knocking it out. Return, the man says, returning the Seal. Go, Alakazam. You say oh come on. The man releases a Pokeball, releasing the Pokemon. It appears to be pink, wearing a spiky crown, and is glowing slightly. You say that's not an Alakazam, is it? What do you mean, the man says. This is my Alakazam. You say Pidgeot, use Hyper Beam. Pidgeot. Pidgeot yells, opening its beak. A massive beam of pure light is released, striking the psychic Pokemon. It is blown backwards, before regaining its footing. Get back in there and use Confusion, the man says. The Pokemon begins to glow, before it releases a pinkish energy that flies towards Pidgeot, who smashes directly into a small pillar. You say Pidgeot, are you okay? Pidgeot, it yells, struggling to get out from under the small pillar. Finish it with Psybeam, the man says. You say Pidgeot, use Protect. You can do it. The man's eyes widen as a blue, transparent field appears in front of the Pidgeot, blocking the attack. What is this, the man asks. You say good job, Pidgeot. Pidgey, it yells happily. When did Pidgeot learn Protect, the man asks, confused. You give Pidgey a potion. Pidgey, it says happily as its skin returns to a healthy color, and is no longer bleeding. I don't believe it, the man says. A Pidgey knows Protect? Where did you get this Pokemon from? You say on the side of the road. Ha, sure, the man says. This isn't just any Pidgeot. Look at it. It's very well taken care of, and obviously strong. You say Pidgeot, use Darkest Lariat. The man's eyes widen as Pidgeot flies directly at Alakazam. As the tiny bird flies towards its opponent, it begins to glow a pinkish red color. Dodge it! Dodge it! The man yells. The Alakazam tries to move out of the way, but is just a bit too slow. It collides with the Pokemon, and a red glow encompasses the two of them. You say you lost, old man. The two Pokemon reappear, with the Pidgey out in front. It appears unfazed by its opponent, while the Alakazam sits on the ground, hurting. You say finish him. The Pidgey flies forward, slamming into the Alakazam and knocking it unconscious. No. No, the man yells. This can't be. My Alakazam's gonna win. You say it's already fainted, dumbass. The man's eyes widen, as he storms over to the unconscious Pokemon. No. No. No, the man yells, hitting it with his shoe. You say dude, stop. Twisted maniac, the man says, before walking out of the room. He walks back a few moments later, carrying a ball. I'm catching this Pidgeot. I can't let it get away. You say Pidgeot, return before he catches you. Pidgey, the Pokemon yells, flying into its trainer's arms. Ha, I caught you, the man says, tossing a red and white orb at the bird. You kick the Pokeball out of the air. The man stares at you in shock as the Pokeball hits the ground and rolls into the corner. You say Helix Fossil, What do we do now? Man, what is it with you and asking the dumbest questions, the man says. You retrieve Helix fossil from bag and consult it for divine advice. Kill the man, Helix suggests. Shut up, you're not real, you say. Kill the man, Helix suggests again. You're an idiot, you reply. Kill. You clap your hands over Helix's mouth. Shut up, you say. Kill. You notice the gym leader is looking at you with a very confused and concerned look on his face. What are you doing, he asks. Shut up, you yell at the fossil, before looking up at the man. You say, can I have my gym badge now? Yes, yes, the man says, handing you a badge. Now leave me alone so I can catch my new Pidgeot. You walk out of the room and back into the hallway. You say, wait, where's my Pikachu? Oh, he should be in the next room, the man says. Good luck. You walk through the next door, and see a shocking sight. A huge, hairy creature stands in the center of the room. It's about 5 times your height, and looks like a cross between a man and a goat, with long black horns that curve backwards. You say, Pikachu. The creature looks at you, and hits a button on a remote it's holding. The door behind you closes, and locked shut. This isn't good. Hello, the creature says in a deep, guttural voice unlike anything you've ever heard. You are mine now. You say, Pikachu, is that you? Yes, it's me, the creature says. I've been trapped in this form for some time now. All thanks to that man who owns this place. Helix, what have you done? I didn't do anything, stupid boy, retorts the fossil. I'm a fossil. It's your own stupidity that's caused this. You there, the creature says, turning to you. Pledge yourself to me, and I will let you live. You stare at the creature in shock. You say, I pledge myself. To you. The creature snarls impatiently in response. Stand up, it commands. And pledge yourself to me, if you wish to escape this room. Pledge yourself to a goat man, but to be free, you must. I pledge myself to you, you say reluctantly. Your servitude will be rewarded, the creature says. Now, tell me, who am I? You say, Pikachu. Yes, yes. I am Pikachu. The creature says, growing in size slightly and turning a darker, yellow color. And you, it continues, will be my slave. Never. You say, Pidgeot, use hyper beam on the fucked up weird goat Pikachu man. A laser-like beam of pure energy bursts forth from your Pidgeot's mouth, hitting the creature. It lets out a horrible scream as it begins to grow in size. You will regret that, you say, oh no. The creature bursts through the ceiling of the room with ease, smashing through several floors until it reaches the top of the building. You say, oh, okay. The creature bursts through the roof of the building, rising into the sky. You say, bye, I guess. The creature soars away into the distance, rising higher and higher into the sky. We're in trouble now, the gym leader says, appearing in a window behind you and staring up at the sky in horror. What's going on, you ask. It's a monster, the man says. We're all in danger. Suddenly, you hear someone screaming from inside the building. You say, Pidgeot, can you fly us out of here through the hole in the ceiling that the creature made? Your Pidgeot nods, and you climb on its back. I thought you said Pidgeys can't fly, you yell at the gym leader as you climb on top of your Pidgeot. The gym leader looks down in envious despair. I don't know how it's happening, he says in reply. Just go. Pidgeot soars up through the hole in the ceiling, and out of the building. You look around. You look down at the city beneath you as you soar through the sky on your Pidgeot. You see the creature flying away towards a distant mountain, shrinking in the distance. You say, can you land us somewhere near Pewter City? Your Pidgeot flies down towards the ground, and you gently dismount. You look around. You're standing on the outskirts of Diglett's cave, which is just a short walk away from Pewter City. Thanks, Pidgeot, you say. That'll be all. Pidgeot flies off, no doubt in search of some bugs to eat. It returns to you eventually. Your party is now just Pidgeot. You begin the trek towards Pewter City, intent on taking on the gym. Pidgeot becomes agitated by something and begins flapping its wings noisily. It looks to the cave, and begins flying in circles around you. Hey, stop that, you say. What's the problem, Pidgeot? Pidgeot flies up to you and lands on your head. Get off, you say, annoyed. It begins flapping its wings again. Alright, stop it, you shout in frustration. You say, what's wrong with the cave, Pidgeot? Your Pidgeot flies over to the cave, where it begins to make a strange noise. The noise increases in volume and pitch, and after a short time, it stops. Then, you hear a voice. Hello, the voice asks. It seems to be coming from the cave. The bizarre mechanics of this Pidgeot, and the strange man you met earlier, have got you interested. You decide to investigate. Take me to the person who's talking, you command to your Pidgeot. It looks around in confusion, as if it doesn't know what to do. Then, it just sits there and does nothing. I don't understand, you say in confusion. I don't understand. You hear the voice again, coming from the cave. Enter, the voice commands. You look at the cave, then turn to your Pidgeot. Go inside, you say, pointing to the cave. Pidgeot flies over to the cave. You follow closely behind. This way, the voice says. The cave begins to twist and turn, with various paths leading off in different directions. Suddenly, your Pidgeot becomes still. It flies forward, but then quickly flies back to you. Left, the voice says. You follow the voice, going left at the junction. Soon, you come across a lonely Pokeball on the ground. It's empty. Right, the voice commands. You follow the path to the right, to a dead end. There is nothing there. Down, the voice says. You look down, and see a narrow passageway leading further down. You walk over and drop down, finding another empty cavern with no one in it. Up, the voice says. You climb up, and find yourself at the start of another path. You walk down it, finding a room filled with boulders. B, the voice says. Boulder, you ask. There is silence. Suddenly, the boulders begin to shake, and earth begins to fall from the ceiling. You jump out of the way in time, or you would have been crushed. Silence again. Left, the voice commands. You walk left, to another dead end. You walk into the wall with a thud. Right, the voice says. You walk right, and find yourself back in the room with the boulders. You hear a rumbling sound. Left right up down left right up down B up down left right up B down a right, the voice commands rapidly. You do as it says, but nothing happens. Frustrated, you scream out loud. I'm stuck in a cave, and a freaking ghost is taunting me. You retrieve Helix Fossil from bag. You reach into your bag and pull out the Helix Fossil. You ask the Helix Fossil for advice on the situation. The voices they're all around me. What do I do? Please help me. Get out of the cave, the Helix Fossil eerily whispers. You say you think I know how to do that. Get out of the cave. I don't know how, you yell out loud. You turn to find that Pidgey has become even paler. Please help me, you beg to the voices. You drop the Helix Fossil and collapse. Pidgey grabs it before it hits the ground. We need to get out of here, you say. You climb up the cave wall and reach the ceiling. You begin to dig through it with your hands. I hope this works, you say. After 10 minutes of digging, you manage to make a hole big enough for you to fit through. You fly through it and into the next room. Left, the endless drone of voices continues to command at you in the background. You find yourself in a room with 5 paths, all of which are dirt. Mountainous rock formations can be seen in all of them. I don't know which one to go through, you say. Left, the voices say in unison. You go right instead, into a tunnel where the dirt walls are a deep brown. You crawl through the small passageway and reach another large room. Right, the voices say. You turn around and go back into the tunnel. You see a blue glow coming from afar, and hear rushing water. You remember now. This is where you found a Helix Fossil, but how? You only just got here, or had you been here for days? Weeks. The voices continue to drone on, and you find yourself paralyzed. Down, the voices say. You see the natural pedestal where you found a Helix Fossil. It's still damp with the outline of the artifact. Down, you ask out loud. Yes, the fossil replies, the voices have taken control of your body. There is no escape from them. You must comply with their wishes and commands. Now, take the Helix Fossil. It is time. You jump down into the hole and grab the fossil. You place it back in your bag and climb back out. But didn't you already have it in your bag? You did, didn't you? The voices continue to drone on. They're speaking in a different language. It almost sounds ancient. You don't understand what they're saying. They're likely speaking in ancient Pokémon. You've seen tourists from Johto at the Pokémon centers sometimes, and they speak this weird language you don't understand. Maybe this is something like that. Suddenly, the voices go silent. It's eerie. Left right up right start up left down right up select A select right up down select B right left down up down select right down B up left start down. Select a right A left up down right B left down up down select down left select down right up select left start up select right down up select down down a right up left down start left up select down. Down A up selected down left select up left down select up down right up right B down left select down A up left B up start up down select up down left down right. Left up start up down up left select right up left down select right down up start up right, the voices say in unison. The noise is unbearable. The voices won't stop screaming at you. Shut up, you yell, grabbing your head. Your vision goes red with anger. I said shut up, you scream again, grabbing a nearby shovel and holding it with both hands. You stand, anger welling up inside of you. You want them to stop screaming. Why won't they stop screaming? Why won't they just die? You see yourself bringing the shovel down on the helix fossil. Its shell is soft, and it smashes easily. There's no blood. You're surrounded by silence. There. Now they won't scream anymore. You drop the shovel and collapse on the ground. You look over to the remains of the helix fossil to see that they have vanished. What? Your heart begins to beat faster, and your breaths become shorter. You check your bag, and everything is there. What? The helix fossil is in your bag, completely intact. You don't understand. How did it get there? Did you not break it and put it back in your bag in your sleep? You must have, because there's no way that it just repaired itself. No, that's impossible. You continue checking your bag, alongside all of the pouches and pockets you have in your outfit. Everything is still there. The voices begin to speak again. You've managed to freak yourself out more than you already were. It's time to move on. You stand up and begin walking, deeper into the cave. Right up down select left B up start a left down right B start. A. The commands seem familiar to you. You walk up to the wall, and put your hand on it. It's cold to the touch. From the feeling of it, it's just a simple wall. There's no discernible features or anything. It's just a wall. A. You feel something. There's a slight protrusion, only noticeable because of how your hand fits perfectly inside of a human-shaped depression. It's a button. You push it. The wall slides to the left, opening up into a new passageway. You enter, and the wall slides back into place. Right up down select left B up start a left down right B start. You walk further into the cave. You walk down a flight of stairs, and through a large, arching passageway. The ground is sloped slightly downwards. You can hear the water before you turn the corner and see it. A large, still pool of water stretches out in front of you. The ceiling arches high above it, and a small island with a large mushroom tree grows in the center. Its roots travel deep into the cave, drawing nutrients from the underground lake. Whoa, how did I not notice this before, you say in amazement. The voices don't respond. Perhaps they cannot hear. Or perhaps they just want to watch you silently. You don't move. You just stare at the pool of water. Your throat is dry, and you're desperate for a drink. Should you risk drinking this water? It could be dangerous. Then again, you're desperate for a drink. You turn to Pidgey, who stands at the edge of the pool. It stares intently at its reflection. You ask Helix Fossil, should I drink this water? You reach into your bag and pull out the Helix Fossil. You hold it up to Pidgey. Pidgey, what do you think? Should I drink it? Pidgey stares at the Helix Fossil, and then looks out to the pool of water. It seems to hesitate. Then, it flies away from the pool and into the left passageway. Pidgey. Where are you going? You follow Pidgey. You follow Pidgey. It quickly disappears around the corner, and you struggle to keep up. After rounding the corner you see it, still flying forward, a good few meters away now. You continue to follow it, and notice another passageway opening up to the right. It's a darker shade of black than the darkness of the cave, and its presence is almost haunting. Pidgey disappears down the new corridor, entirely unaware of the new passage that has opened up. Pidgey. Wait up! You shout, as you struggle to turn around. You reach the new passageway, and notice that it's much colder here than the last. Chills run up through your body and you can see your breath in front of you. Left, the voices casually say. You ignore them. You continue walking forward, noticing another passageway opening up to the right. This one is different from the last. The presence emitting from this corridor is almost inviting. The walls are a warm shade of black, like the inside of a tree, and you can't see any breath in front of you. You know you want to walk down it. Right, the voices say. Always the opposite of what you want to do. You hesitantly walk to the right, into the opening. You step forward, into darkness. You can't see anything. You reach out in front of you and feel nothing but cold air. You can't tell if you're standing, sitting, or lying down. You can't tell what direction you're facing. Your body is numb. You call out to Pidgey. Pidgey, you shout. Pidgey, where are you? Fly in a circle. You hear a flutter of wings in front of you, and then the sound dissipates into the darkness. Suddenly, you see Pidgey and there is light. Around Pidgey. A halo of light around Pidgey's head illuminating the darkness. You're in your house, sitting in front of the TV. You're about 5 years old. It's a Saturday, and Pokémon is on. Pidgey appears on the screen, and you're channeling it, making its cries come out of your mouth. Then, a shadow casts over you. You turn your head and look up. There's someone there, its face shrouded in darkness. You can still see the whites of its eyes though, staring down at you. Who are you? You ask. It doesn't answer. It just stares at you from the roof of the cave, its eyes unwavering. What do you want? It stays silent as it stares at you. Something seems off about the eyes, they don't feel human. They feel cold and full of malice. You notice that the eyes are no longer looking at you. They're looking past you, towards the source of the light. You turn to see what it's looking at. From behind you, Pidge's form flies past towards the entity as an explosion of color and light erupts from Pidgey and its halo. The entire world seems to be one of light and hope and joy, and you just watched it all come from a tiny little bird. You hear a whisper in your ear, as the world fades back to darkness. This would be your last warning. You wake up in the darkness, the same darkness of before. You're back in the cave, with Pidgey at your side. Pidgey, you whisper. Did you see that too? Pidgey grabs your pinky finger with its little talon, and holds it tightly. Let's get out of here, Pidgey. You stand up and begin walking back the way you came. The darkness engulfs you, but you feel safe with Pidgey at your side. You pick it up and hold it in your arms as you walk. After a few minutes you see a light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, you whisper. I can see the end in sight. You quicken your pace, excited to leave the darkness behind. Your foot hits a rock and you trip, falling face first into the ground. Pidgey, you cry as you hit the ground. You feel the grass underneath you, and turn your head to see the sky. The sun is out, and beautiful green fields surround you. You're back at the entrance to the cave. The light of the sun beats down upon you, and the only sound is the cawing of a distant bird. Pidgey lands back down, the light of the sun forming a halo against the back of its head. It looks up at the sun with a beak upturned in joy. You say, "Bird, bird, Jesus." Pidgey, you say, "You're bird Jesus." For the rest of time, you will always remember that it was you who first noticed Pidgey's messiah-esque status. Having had your revelation, you pick yourself up and dust yourself off. You find some tall grass and run into a caterpie. You begin a battle. You have your Pokémon use scratch on its face. The wild caterpie's face is scratched and it looks angry. It strikes at your Pokémon with a poison barb on its tail. Your Pokémon is struck by the barb and its face pales as it begins to feel sick. You call back your Pokémon and throw a Pokeball at the wild caterpie, capturing it. Pidgey throws up. It's really gross. You continue through the tall grass and soon enough, you find yourself in a new area, the forest. But first, let's take a look at your Pokémon. You have 3 Pokémon, a Pidgey, a Caterpie, and a gun. It's a pretty solid team for starting out. Most people don't get much stronger than that without some trading. Actually, that's a lie. Your team is pretty pathetic. In order to stand a chance, you'll need to raise the weakest member, the Caterpillar. Caterpie is at level 7 and has a ton of potential. With the right training, it could become a Butterfree, one of the most diverse and useful Pokémon ever conceived. Or not. Actually, the chances of raising a Caterpie to Butterfree level competence is about as likely as the chance of you winning a Nobel Prize for morality. Still, it's worth a try. So far, you've been relying on Bird Jesus for all your battles, and he's suffering from severe fatigue. A bit of training will do him the world of good. Training is a commitment though. You map your way out to the next city. Everywhere you look there is grass. Miles and miles of grass, extending all the way to the horizon. There's a large hill in the center of a clearing, with footsteps marking the path upwards. Up we go. You check map for route to next city. You pull out your map. It's covered in lines and squiggles that you assume are roads. A small red triangle marks your current position. You mark Pewter City as your next destination. You take a red marker and trace a line to the next city on your map, labeled Pewter City. It's fairly far away, but with some luck you'll manage it by nightfall. You roll up the map and begin to march onward, leaving the hilltop. Hours pass with no change in scenery. You walk and walk until the earth becomes hard and cracked beneath your feet. You walk until the sun burns crimson and then gives way to the bright lights of the moon. The stars twinkle above your head and you walk between them, leaving no trace behind you on the ground. You're not sure how long you've been walking when you feel a strange tingling sensation at the back of your mind. Was it left? Up? Whatever. You ignore the feeling and focus on the path ahead of you. You walk into a tree. You walk into another tree. You walk into more trees until your eyes are swollen shut and the skin on your face is cut and torn. Still, you don't stop. You continue to push forward, all the way until... This is it. You've reached your destination. Well, almost. You've reached a plateau overlooking the city. It's brightly lit down there and you squint your eyes as you gaze upon the buildings and houses. You're about to walk down and head inside a nearby Pokémon Center when you feel it again. That strange tingling at the back of your mind. You're about to ignore it again, but then you feel a slight pain there. Like something stabbing at your mind. What the? End of Prologue 1. You have a few options now. 1. Head down to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. 2. Do some optional training before challenging the gym. 3 something else you won. You make your way down to the Pokémon Center. It's 3:30 in the morning, and you're the only one around. The center is empty, and you take a seat in a corner to wait. You slump down in exhaustion. It's been a long day. In the last 24 hours, you've gone from being a normal kid to a Pokémon trainer. Or something. You acquired a Pokémon under vague circumstances, traveled on foot for hours, and now here you are. At a Pokémon Center. It's been a long day. A very long day. You impulsively flip the table over for no reason, and then walk directly into a wall for no apparent reason. You turn the Pokémon Center PC on and off again, and do this several times before turning around and sitting on the chair before getting up and walking into the walls again. You're done with this. You haven't been to sleep in over a day and you had to walk several kilometers to get here. You have decided it's time for sleep. You try and fail to exit the Pokémon Center door several times and then go find some lodging nearby. You take your key and head down the corridor. You try and exit the Pokémon Center door several times but to no avail. You try it several more times before you find a broom closet nearby. This gives you an idea. You enter the broom closet. You wait patiently. Soon, a janitor comes and collects the trash. You are carted outside in the trash. You are now outside the Pokémon Center. A few feet away is Ursaring, who looks at you wearily. You open your mouth to complain about the situation, but the Ursaring takes a step forward and roars, sending you into a full-on sprint. You are now running down the street. You run several blocks before realizing you have no idea where you're going. There is only one thing to do in this situation. You consult the Helix fossil. You open your bag and take out the Helix fossil. Helix, 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 you pray, what should I do? The Helix fossil sits there silently. It could be that the answer is no, or perhaps it's that the Helix fossil just doesn't have the answers that you need right now. Or perhaps you're just crazy. In any case, you decide to climb up a tree and spend the night there. It's much more comfortable than you thought it would be. You fall asleep in the tree, and stay there for the rest of the night peacefully. You awake in the morning and find that you're in the middle of a residential area. You climb down from the tree and survey your surroundings. You're in the middle of a block of houses. Where to go from here? You search for the Pewter City Gym. You walk down the street, searching for any signs of a Pokémon gym. It's not really that hard to find, seeing as it's the only place in the city that doesn't have any other buildings around it. You check current gym badges. You open up your bag and check the badges you've collected so far. You got the Viridian City Gym badge from the gym leader named Giovanni, who specializes in training ground-type Pokémon. That's the only badge you got so far. You close your bag. After spending several minutes looking for it, you finally find the Pewter City Pokémon Gym. There are no billboards or signs outside to indicate what it is, but it's fairly obvious what it is. It looks like a giant stone brick fortress, with small windows. There's no one in front of it at the moment, which makes you wonder if there's someone inside. Perhaps you should try and find the entrance first. You go inside and demand a battle with the gym leader. You run through the doors and into an empty arena. There is a large rock barrier where the audience must sit. The barrier wraps around, ensuring maximal audience peril in the event a trainer loses control of his or her Pokémon. Other than the seating barrier and a small commentator's booth directly across from you, the stadium appears empty. It's pretty early in the day, so this place will probably get busier as time goes on. Hopefully you won't end up waiting too long for a battle. You sigh and lean back in your chair, scanning the seating bowl to check the heights of the audience members. Finally, you think, a real challenge. A deep voice from behind startles you. They don't get tougher than me, Sonny. You look behind you to see a large, biker-looking man. You say, hi, who are you? You maintain your polite demeanor and ask politely who he is. The burly man chuckles and asks, are you a rookie? You meekly affirm this, although nothing about you is particularly meek, you're just uneasy about dealing with this mean-looking man. He explains that he is the gym leader of this location and goes on to explain what that means. You immediately understand the dynamic. He acts like a scary, intimidating person so that weak players won't challenge him, but you're different, because you're not going to let something like that faze you. You have a fighting spirit. Alright, the gym leader announces gruffly, let's cut the chit-chat. Let's do this. You say, so wait, I don't have to fight a bunch of mooks first before fighting you. The older man seems taken aback at your question. Why on earth would you have to fight anyone else? You shrug, blinking a few times. You say, just seems like standard practice for gyms. He laughs in an unpleasant way and says, do you see another challenger? You look from side to side as if some convenient challenger could jump out from somewhere. You say nope. Then it's gonna be just me and you. He straightens his shirt a little while spitting out some bits of straw. You say, what's your name, Mr. Gym Leader? With some surprise he proclaims, the name's Flint. What's yours? You say, Quickly, and very awkwardly, You blurt out your name. Apparently this was the right thing to say because he claps you on the back and gives a look of approval to you. You say okay, let's battle. You ready?
God,
At
that
your confident
fucking
nod he
noise.
bellows, an expert on Pokemon, Well, let's see if you can back that up. You say go, Pidgeot. The Tailo hops from his hand across the dirt and rocky arena. You withdraw your own little ball and wearily let your Pidgey out to try to match up to his. You say huh? I thought this was a rock-type gym. It is, Sonny. A ball materializes in his hand, but before you can guess what will come out he's tossed it forward. A massive beast has erupted from the ball. It looks vaguely like a brown bear, but it has a mouthful of teeth that makes up almost all of its face. You identify the Pokemon with the Pokédex. This behemoth is almost the size of a large car, the size of its mouth would make it a formidable killer even without the teeth. It paws at the ground and lets out a rumbling growl in your direction. The large brute is clearly molded in some way from stone or other material akin to rock, at least. The name of this Pokemon is far and away mundane compared to its form, it's a Tyranitar. At your side, the Pokemon shakes its head in disapproval. You tell Bert Jesus to brace itself. The feeling in the air seems to change as the mighty Tyranitar emits a red, glittering light from its mouth. For just a split second you feel an overwhelming sensation of hatred, almost directed at you. You say what? What did I do? He furrows his brow and recalls Tyranitar. You felt that? I take it you haven't had much experience battling with darkness types. He twirls his toothpick around in his mouth, considering. You say Bert Jesus, use tackle. With a resounding screech your brave Pidgey launches herself into the Herculean creature. His massive, rock-like fist connects with the bird with a devastating blow. You can feel just the ground shake from where you're standing. You say Bert Jesus, use protect. But the tension feels like it's subsiding. Tyranitar applies more pressure as it's getting ready to try again. You say Bert Jesus, use revenge. But Pidgey's got more in her this time. With a haste in her movements she slams into the face of the Tyranitar, sending him over. The cave starts to shake more violently as she unleashes a fury of swift and powerful wing and talon movements. Unfortunately for Pidgey, sending the huge creature over means she's not quite quick enough to dodge the heavy claw that slams into her back as it falls. To your horror, a nasty snapping sound is made. It hits the floor with a thud. The man looks at you coldly. You obviously don't have what it takes to conquer the darkness types, let alone what it takes to conquer the League. You say Pidgey, use Hyper Beam. Pidgey unleashes the force of extreme strong beams of energy onto the giant brute. Despite the standoffish expression of the monster, you can tell it's wincing and its movements are sluggish. You say finish him, Pidgey. She shakes her broken wing off as she prepares for the next assault. Her gaze is set on Tyranitar, and she hopes to cash in on some revenge. You say Bert Jesus, use revenge. However, by the laws of Pokemon Battle franchise main series gameplay it is also your opponent's turn. Tyranitar continues to be relentless. On its giant hand, another mini crater forms as it seems to summon up another devastating attack to finish up Pidgey once and for all. You say Pidgey, use protect. Pidgey deploys some small, barely visible yellow sphere that appear behind her in the nick of time to intercept the impending blow that lands right afterward. And the spectacular power of two spheres slamming into each other happens. Pidgey seems to be just fine, but Tyranitar topples over, he seems significantly weakened. You say Pidgey, swap out. I want Caterpie to finish Tyranitar off. You swap out Pidgey in favor of Caterpie as your favorite monstrous bug approaches the dazed and confused foe. You say Caterpie, use String Shot. The cannonade of white sticky strings hit dead on the target as they manage to bind up most of its claw. Don't those things barely even do any damage? Why rely on those type of moves, you might ask? Well, if it's one thing Pokemon trainers learn pretty quickly in their journeys is to play to their own natural advantages. You say Caterpie, use String Shot again. The strings hit back at this point, now entangled with all the new ones are laced around the giant now. Every single of his claws are fully bound and wrapped up from their speed advantage. You say Caterpie, use Tackle. Somehow we've done 3 moves in a row, but who cares? Caterpie speeds itself into the Tyranitar and largely to victory as they both go tumbling over. Tyranitar seems unconscious, and that's victory for you. You say do I win? Pidgey and Caterpie both look pretty ragged, but they manage to stand tall in front of the fallen Tyranitar. Defeat indeed, he says. The crowd of miners cheer in congratulations of your unlikely victory as both your Pokemon have clutch plays at perfect times. Doesn't take long for some ruckus to start coming from inside as many of the miners recognize your insect friend and bestow this inspirational tale of rugged determination and victory dear to the hearts of all common folk. The miners accept you as one of their own as many of them nearly pick you up and parade you through the halls. You say please shut up and give me my Pewter City Gym badge now. The noise dies down as the gravelly voiced leader of the miners reaches into his pocket and plucks out a space badge. Training, the old man begins as he puts the badge into your hand. Well, you did yourself and the city proud today. Na said. The crowd chants in agreement, although the old man begins to head back to whatever hole he came from as the miners start opening their hospitality to you. You run away from the miners as fast as possible. You run. You run with a Pewter City gym badge in your hands and a caterpillar and a bird behind you, just as crazy as you are. You freak out. No matter what anyone tells you, you were better than a story in National Geographic, and you do something insane to serve it out with the caterpillar and the bird. You run into a tree with a thud. You awake bent over a tree with an oddly color-matching bruise. Your head is pounding, as are your shoulder blades courtesy of your fall, and the bird and the caterpillar seem to be arguing loudly. Pidja pidge. Caterpie. Cater caterpie pidja. Pidja. Caterpie. Finally, you dismiss their bickering and head back to the track. The intense feeling of hunger is causing you to be easily distracted, like normal in the morning, but by now it is maddening. A sort of orangish paste sits in a vending machine by the track, just begging you to spend some of your hard-earned coins to ease the unabating rumbling in your stomach from inside. You say, Pidja, use hyper beam on the vending machine. The vending machine in question is constructed of very sturdy material, and takes a hell of a psychic blast to knock over. Even then, it doesn't fall over. By the time your starving Pidgey had almost destroyed one side, it fainted, and you've only made a slight dent. You got some coins out of it though. You use the coins to buy from the vending machine. Lucky you got there when you did. You've got a nice haul of food which should last you guys a while. There are a few encounters along the way, but nothing to write home about for anyone but you. Other travelers seem to give you a wide berth, as even to them you're obviously a crazy guy living in the wilderness with a Pokémon. The path is a revolving maze in your exhausted state, but you push on with all the strength you can muster. It's just enough for what happens next. Finally, you spot it. The bridge that takes you from this forest and into the town where your sister is supposed to live now. Peering through the trees, you can see the stop on the other side that will take you to Slowbron, wherever that is. The sun is descending slowly in the distance, meaning evening is coming soon. Great, being trapped in this dangerous place after dark. You want nothing more than to get across that bridge and set up camp somewhere so you can think over the situation. After the day you've had, you aren't in any rush anymore. Your Pokémon are frail, hungry, bruised and battered, but they'll survive. Your most pressing concern right now is getting across that bridge in one piece and winding up somewhere safe. You scour the tree line to spot any wild Pokémon lurking strangely. It seems there are none. None that you can see, at least. Hopefully it stays that way. Suddenly, there's a tug on your jacket. When you turn, a flash of red stands out among the dull green of the trees. It's a Clefairy. Alone, without the joined hands they usually travel in. A smile gleams across your face as you realize this wonderful happenstance. Clefairy is magically created energy that becomes tangible thanks to the additional power of a moonstone. No trainer can resist catching one. You bring your hands together, positively beaming. You consult Helix Fossil on chances of catching Clefairy. It's been a while since you've messed about with the old walking, talking fossil that is your mentor in all things Pokemon related. But thanks to the wonders of technology you still perform the same It's been a while since you've messed about with the old walking, talking fossil that is your mentor in all things Pokemon related. But thanks to the wonders of technology you still perform the same superstitious ritual ahead of battles or attempts at catching Pokemon. Does this mean you'll increase my odds of catching the Clefairy, O wise and glorious ruler of all mystic, things? Helix is silent. Sure, you reply. At this point Helix typically expels a cloud of dust that roughly translates to "you pretty lucky sod" before you break out your Pokédex for more information about your potential new team member. The machine relates all there is to know about Clefairy, how they live, what they eat, their prey psychology and, the machine relates all there is to know about Clefairy, how they live, what they eat, their prey psychology and, of course, their weaknesses. You send out Caterpie to weaken Clefairy to be caught. It's your unconventional party leader and weakest link, but it'll have to do. You send out the tiny bug at the edge of the road and pray to Arceus that it resists its hunger taking over. It doesn't. Disregarding you completely, the Caterpie strays a few meters into the grass and stays there happily eating things off the floor. You sigh and send out Jesus the Pidgeot to take care of Clefairy. Its wings glow faintly in the setting sunlight as it takes to the skies. Pidgeot is far from evolved, but there's something strangely majestic about this one. He deftly outmaneuvers the fat fairy and encircles her in his talons. This is your prescribed signal that it's time to charge in and try to catch her. You say, Jesus, use tackle. Wings sparkling in the golden hour, your Pokemon soars through the air and smashes straight into the Clefairy, shrouded in pink smoke. In the recoil of the tackle, both land straight beside you as the Clefairy lays out stiff on the ground. This is it. This is your chance to capture a fairy type for yourself. You bluntly drop the Pokeball on the Clefairy lying in the dirt next to you face down. Luckily you've done this enough to know by heart what to do. 1 2 3. You slam the ball against the fairy's forehead encased in its stony prison and succeed in binding it into captivity. Capture complete. New team member acquired. Congratulations. The capture is successful, but you stayed out a bit too late. The gentle moonlight is soon blocked out by the murky presence of solid rain clouds closing in on your location fast. You set up camp. Rain. Ah, and you hadn't even given it a bit of thought until now. Just your luck. You set up camp. It's crazy lurking around in a dark rainforest miles away from civilization as twigs snap and unseen nocturnal things prowl. You set up camp. But, preparing a campsite under these circumstances screams dangerous. There are several overly complicated directions mentioned on the backsides of the given instructions. Do you set up camp? Cool, it's like an outdoor hotel room. As you launch your sleeping bag into the inviting pile of hay.
Sometimes you just need to be really, really insistent.
As you launch your sleeping bag into the inviting pile of hay. Some hefty gear-like devices click neatly into place on their own and evacuate retractable handles for ease of carrying to the next location. Way cool. It is still raining. Must be that team whatever they recall's doing. Pranksters. Still, this will do nicely for the night. Go to tent, it's bedtime already and you are freaking tired from your rigorous TV watching or Pokémon training, I mean. Okay, we've all had a long day. You glance back fondly at the charming landscape of the camp and let your sleeping bag deal with you into dreamland. Pick a number between 1 and whoa, my back is wet. What? You blearily slur as you rub a hand to your eye. Is it morning, already? The grass encircling the tent is as dewy as a painting, and the translucent drops refract the light like diamonds. Where did THTE tent go? You blink several times and look around in the slowly brightening but still kinda dark morning. The topography looks nothing like it did last night, but then again, it never does. Your dear old adventuring buddy had once compared remember a place to picking up a deck of cards and shuffling it. The order always changes. Everything retains its vital essence, but the look is somehow different. Open meadow, clear stream, quaint trestle, and wildflowers bunt happily between massive slabs of mossy gray rock walls. You wake up fully and continue on to Cerulean City. Ooh, you've gotta choose your next location, explorer. These choices include the foothills to the west known for their bountiful berry fields, the hills to the south known for their generous mining deposits, the plains to the east running along Rosalia River, and a whole host of other choices. You choose the plains to the east running along Rosalia River. Leading on through the morning, you make your way across miles of inviting grassy landscape smooth as green velvet. There are nooks in the rocks, clumps in the fields and mysterious ruins in the hills where rivers flow deviously around. Billions of blades wave in the wind and specks individual raindrops flash in the sunlight. It is harder and harder to shield yourself from the rays. A beautiful view unfolds before you as shadows pattern the fields like contour lines on a relief map at various points. Hopping over a feeble wooden fence, you get your second wind after a midday snack. You can really see how travelers get addicted to long journeys. A face suddenly peeks out from around a wooden post 5 meters away.
Here we go.
A face suddenly peeks out from around a wooden post 5 meters away. You leap back with a start. Oh wait, it's just Vine Child. Vine Child paces without a sound behind the gate and is making your plan very difficult. You say, "Who are you?" X. He intones slowly over pronounced consonants. This path is a dead end. You try not to make any sudden moves. You say, "Are you challenging me to a Pokémon battle?" But by now you just want to pass. Vine. 2 vines suddenly shoot directly at you faster than the eye can track. You say, "Pidgey, cut the vines." Your Pidgey flaps around but can't seem to find where the vines are coming from. Vine Child leaps from cover and is now less than 2 paces away. You say, "Where are these vines coming from? Where are your Pokémon?" That last question again throws him for a loop, and in this brief interlude, another vine knocks your legs out from under you, followed by one more that snags your ankles solidly to the ground. You say, "Caterpie, eat the vines or something." Caterpie fires lots of string shot at the vines but, unfortunately, it doesn't accomplish much. Vine Child pokes your Pokémon with one of his vines but can't convince it to leave your team for his yet. He then begins jumping up and down in frustration at his lost chance to gain a new teammate. You say, "Who are you?" Vine. 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 Vine Child. He's enthusiastic about his name. His constant leaping helps you from getting a firm grip on the ground.
linked him that moment, what linked him that Mike moment clip of her returning to the hub world? Oh, right.
His constant leaping helps you from getting a firm grip on the ground. He's most likely the reason no one else is using grass Pokemon here. He then starts jumping on the spot doing the punching fist shake move and yelling, "I'll definitely beat you." You say, "Oh, so you can speak." Yep. Vine talk. There's a standing sarcasm to his tone. He spills some seeds onto the ground for what purpose you can't guess. You say, "Pidgey, Caterpie, Clefairy, help me please." Sure enough, your Pokemon get the message and strain against the stationary weeds as much as they can. Sure enough, your Pokemon, without wearing themselves out completely, they manage to help you back on your feet. You're still anchored firmly in place, however. Vine Child taunts from the outskirts of effective Pidgey striking range. You say, "Pidgey, use Hyper Beam." Pidgey glows brightly as all the lights around you temporarily dim. With a rush of extreme heat and mechanical roaring, Pidgey unleashes a torrent of colorless light raging directly toward your oppressor, who holds the ready stance with an eerily calm face and does not step back or dodge aside for some reason. But, just as the opposing blast would reach him, he wraps himself entirely in his vines and allows them to bleed dry as the beam passes through. The vines are left looking withered and dry. You use this opportunity of distraction to flee from Vine Child. Perfect. Even with the firm grip of the exhausted vines around your ankles, you manage to pull ahead and veer to a side path unexplored, hoping it leads back to the road. All this tedium has gotten you feeling tired and beat down. Maybe exercise just isn't for you. You find a patch of shade under a tree and nap a bit to pass time.
Mood.
You check the status of Pidgey, Caterpie, and Clefairy. They seem to be fine, though very unhappy with your tardiness. That word you never learned until 2 days ago. Ah, Bobby. You pet them on the head. You gather your group and keep moving. It seems the travel itself is easy. It's other people you have a problem with. Your Pokemon warily avoid trainers altogether, fearing fights very much. That isn't all. One day, as you're trying to hike up a near vertical incline, a Rhyhorn charges down from it. The sudden encounter makes you cry out. You send out all 3 Pokemon at once at the Rhyhorn. Pidgey and Caterpie jump at the same time, one pecking its snout before bursting into light the next moment. As for Clef, you send it right after with a hard tackle. You, unfortunately, push the large Pokemon over the edge of the steep hill, rolling along over its hard back shell as it plows right towards 2 trainers far below. You look over and shout at them asking if they are okay. Since Clefairy caused their predicament, they blame you and scare your group with angry shouts of slander using words not suitable for children's consumption. You guys scamper away far enough not to be within earshot of the profanity, which continues echoing loud and clear further down the canyon for a few minutes. How rude. You seek out the fabled Rosalia along the Rosalia River path. In a hurry to find Rosalia, you push the others a bit to traverse along the riverside. Suddenly, you encounter a Magikarp clumsily climbing up from the water. Suddenly, you squat down and observe the pathetic creature. What an ugly Pokemon, you think.
I have to save it.
What an ugly Pokémon, you think. Granted, it has certainly grown larger than average, but those huge sweat drops and unintelligent eyes don't fill you with confidence in its future. You wonder why it's out of water. The sorry-looking creature seems like it's trying to do something, frantically darting back and forth. You sense some kind of connection between the two of you, like a strange feeling that leaves you sad. You, in a cosmic sort of sense, you are a Magikarp. This revelation takes you aback a little, which gives the stupid Magikarp time to smack its face while maneuvering around you. It awkwardly flops its tail around, narrowly missing your leg. This is exactly how you feel in reality. Despite encountering human beings, traded and everything else you do, all you ever do is flop around mindlessly trying to achieve your goals. Well, at least that resonates with you. You decide to name it Cadbury. Cadbury, you call out. Stupid name, you think, but it'll have to do.
Cadbury.
It opens its mouth as if to say something along the lines of a bacon, but it fails, tumbling face forward into the soil. You alternate between laughing and feeling sympathy. What a stupid creature. You drop Pokeball on Cadbury. This is awful. Your Pokeball doesn't close right away, instead it gives you a look of pure terror and impending doom before closing up on the pathetic Magikarp. You've seen enough strange stuff in your life to doubt if this encounter is really happening, yet you feel like it's changed you on some fundamental level. Especially the laughter. Where did that come from? You feel a combination of disgust and inconvenience after looking at the evidence displayed. You're stuck with a Magikarp. God help you all. Don't worry, you reassure the Pokeball itself. Your creation looks slyly at you with malice in what would be its eyes. You try to take your mind off the subject by looking for something else to focus on, namely Rosalia. You continue traveling down the river-hugging path while giving your unopened Pokeball a look every few minutes or so. Cadbury, you continue down the Rosalia River Trail looking for its namesake. Feeling paranoid for some reason, you surreptitiously keep notice of your surroundings as you go on. After a minute of calmness and banality, however, you shrug your shoulders. There's nothing to fret about in particular except maybe Cadbury.
Cadbury.
Stop. Something in the distance is moving vigorously atop one of the entwined vines. During the course of its climb, you see a creature just distinguishable from the foliage at this range. Is someone there? Your first and most vivid sensation is awe. This must be Rosalia, a Pokémon possessing living vines instead of arms or legs. Rosalia have red and blue roses for hands and stand about a foot tall with fragile leaf-like builds and spiked heads, akin to a crown of organic origin. You've read that Rosalia appears very self-important but is, at heart, a peaceful being that loves to sing and is energetic. You try to catch Rosalia. Properly enchanted and hoping this'll at least be worth your time, you withdraw a sturdy but modern Pokeball from your bag, and throw it at the humble Rosalia. The capture succeeds, and the Pokeball now contains one. But, of course, that's not all. Ack. You're suddenly engulfed in rose vines from out of nowhere and apprehending your arms and legs with their thorny ends. They proceed to drag you into the river, but your large metal belt buckle pops off and the Pokeball containing Rosalia snaps off. I've been a fool, you think desperately. No self-respecting wild Pokemon aid humans. You struggle against the all of the vines, but it's no use. The more you try to escape from one vine, another one would pull you back. You call out to entire Pokémon team for help. You get more than you asked for by screaming not one but 3 different types out. Obviously agitated by your uncontrollable caterwauling, every single one of your Pokémon come into the range of your Rosalia-infested river. Pidgey breaks the sound barrier in an attempt to reach you, while your Caterpie instantly feels at home swarming on the rose vines and your Clefairy frisks with abandon against sizable flora. The scene before you turns into the very definition of chaos. Magikarp well tries its best, obviously. Although rather than fight the Rosalias, it jumps on your head for protection in an attempt to preserve itself. But out of this situation laughing is all you can really do. And then you notice something strange. The Rosalia you caught seems to have become very violent towards the wild vines along your side of the riverbank. And as you look on in wonderment, the Magikarp distracted you long enough to let Clefairy put the last rose-shaped nails in the last wild vine.
Uh, 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 uh,
And as you look on in wonderment, was it ever actually Rosalia's attacking in the first place? Did you get lost in the heat of the moment and mistake obscenely growing bushes for sentient creatures out to kill you? Have you just now gone completely mad? Or was it no, that Vine Child guy couldn't have possibly been following you this far, could he have? Half aware the Vine Child could very well be within earshot of this, and remembering stories you heard about it from the city kids, you keep quiet. The young boy has made you late enough as is. Magikarp, shouts Magikarp, taking advantage of the newfound freedom of the river by splashing around. Is it trying to save you in its own strange way? Caterpie, shouts your fatter friend, apparently having eaten enough of the local flora to last a lifetime. It looks like it's currently on a diet, at least for today. Pidgey, cries your bird somewhere. You assume it must be within earshot somewhere unless it took off into the air once more when you got taken into the river. Either way, it obviously had enough to deal with the rose bushes, let alone the sentient ones too. So I'm not batty, you mutter under your breath. Thank goodness for that. You open bag and retrieve Helix fossil. You open up your bag, fishing for the fossil. As you hold it in your hands once more, you can't help but feel a sense of calm. You hold the Helix fossil in your hands and ask it what to do next. So, what should I do now? You ask the fossil. Hold me up, you idiot, you hear the fossil say. Got it, you say, feeling rather silly that you didn't figure it out. That way, the fossil vaguely commands. You look around, and eventually decide that heading to the nearest large building is probably a good choice. Good choice, the fossil commands. With newfound determination, you begin to march towards the large building. You don't know what the Helix fossil has in mind for you, but for now, it seems like it's on your side. You walk directly into the wall beside the doorframe. The door, the fossil yells. Right, you say, slightly embarrassed that you'd forgotten about such a basic necessity of life. You walk inside and find yourself in a large foyer. 2 hallways lead away from the room, while a large flight of stairs winds up and away from sight. You could head upstairs, or choose either of the hallways. Hours later you have no idea where you are. You're lost. You don't remember how it happened, but now you're lost in this stupid building with no idea what to do next. At least you have this book and your Helix fossil to keep you company, right guys? Build a 4th wall, the fossil says. You don't know what that means, but you're glad to have your only friends in this world with you. You say anarchy. You hold the Helix fossil in your hand, and it begins rattling around like a marble in a jar. This seems to happen whenever you're more emotionally unstable, which is honestly 95% of the time. A door slams open, sending a loud bang ringing through your skull. You turn, only to see a large creature, seemingly made of hair, bounding towards you. You identify creature with Pokédex. Adamir Jrio Bakajajantilst Quajstv. What? You yell.
Okay, so now we're caught up. Wonder if I should keep this part. Sounds like a great idea. Pitch you want is 200. What is this?
Swa swa swa.
Ah.
Ademkriable Jujantilst Kojstv. Ademkriable Jujantilst Kojstv.
Ademkriable Jujantilst Kojstv.
I said don't step on me. A loud voice says, as you realize the creature is actually yelling at you. The creature grabs you, wrapping its long fingers around your neck. You gasp for
God,
breath.
the
before
AI
the creature
really
barrels
loves
through the wall and
choking.
out of the building with you in tow.
I think I mentioned that last time.
I said hi. The creature yells back, its voice at a normal volume. You stare in awe. Idiot. It's a phantomer.
A phantomer?
I said, hello there, trainer. I am an Alolan Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu. What's your name? You blink and look at the creature with a new cure. I am a space monkey. Please don't hurt me, the monkey yells, obviously terrified. They say there are no apes in this neighborhood. No, just you. I crashed into a shelf, and everything fell on top of me. Now help me, you dolt. The creature screams back. I said, my name's Gary. The creature yells back
Oh,
in
that's
an atrocious
Gary.
American accent. What are you doing in the wrong parallel universe?
What are you doing in the wrong parallel universe? I went through the right. I traveled the incorrect number of QPUs while built up speed on scuttlebugs.
Greater than you say I traveled the incorrect number
No, it
of
doesn't know what to
QPUs
do
while
with that.
building up speed on scuttlebugs.
Doesn't know the reference I'm making.
No, better wrong. The giant beast yells in your face. You're supposed to say I'm looking for Ninkadria.
What? What? Ninkadria. Is that Ninkata's alternate evolution?
You say, are you Gary? Yes.
The
Gary,
100
the
Acre Wood.
self-proclaimed tamer of the 100
This
Acre
is
Wood.
Winnie the
says,
Pooh now.
The boy invited me in. This place is awesome. I did? You take out your phone and aim its camera at the Pokémon. The Pokédex automatically launches, and a robotic voice begins to speak as the creature's information is displayed on the screen. I'm a huntail. Roar. It says,
Roar.
mouth dripping with
Oh,
fresh
whoa.
blood.
The Pokédex. Fucking roar. Fucking roll.
Squawks in response. What did it say? You ask. The Pokédex seems to sigh. It says it's Solinoon, your helix fossil lets out a small, pathetic beep, and then dies. The screen fades to black, revealing only a few Morse code messages across it. Lay, oola, Ibash. ASH. Suddenly begins acting up, making a bunch of strange noises instead of its normal ones. A shrill scream tears itself from your throat as the creature pounces at you, knocking you back against the wall. Spits out a small piece of paper. Suddenly increases in volume and clarity as it begins to speak.
It's a G. Yeah, it's a printer.
Suddenly comes to life in your hands as it begins its entry on Jumpluff.
Then Jumpluff, huh?
Spits out a
funny
large ring of
Jumpluff,
numbers
drink
and
a
letters,
Pepsi.
each one crunching into another in an almost unrecognizable string of symbols. It's like my computer must have came up with it. Suddenly grows legs and scuttles into a nearby crack in the wall.
Oh, good. That's not cursed at all.
Spits out a small piece of paper. Upon it are directions to an abandoned
It's the
warehouse.
fucking like
where you can find another
1980s version
Pokemon
of
to
the
send this
Pokédex.
one back where it came from. Spits out a card, labeled with the text. Come one devs aerial but Harry word that mellow grape tastes like gasoline smells. Spouts out something completely unintelligible once more. It seems to be a lot calmer now, though that isn't saying much. This thing sucks, you complain. You look up at the monster, and it's already upon you. Desperately, you try to
You've
think
died.
of a strategic
Okay.
move to make. You have died. You continue to look at the pattering of a French-British sounding name, along with 3 other names. KAO. The Pokédex yells. You grab it and begin shaking it. You want an explanation now. Ooh. Ooh. Sends an update to your heads-up display, which immediately begins auto-pronouncing the Pokémon's name. You briefly consider turning it off, but realize you don't need to. Simply repeats the same string of letters. What is going on? You ask. The Pokédex falls out of your hand, and onto the ground, where it begins its identification process. Suddenly turns to you and emits an ear-splitting shriek. You clutch your ears, which promptly bursts all of your eardrums. So
Of
this
course,
does get rid
everything
of the
becomes
painful
like
noise.
fucking
Spits out a small piece of paper.
Eldritch
Unfolding it,
again.
you find that it's the solution to this problem. The creature, as it turns out, is a Alolan Raichu. Falls on the floor, and begins counting tiles. You pick it up and stare at the unknown creature, which seems to have accidentally hit level 100 due to the amount of carrots displaying for the floor.
Let's put on some Earthbound music. Okay. Pick it up.
Spits out a small slip off a piece of paper.
Really wants to
You have
spit
just
out pieces of
received the screw
paper.
attack. You read the paper and realize that it screams at you in an incomprehensible volume. Its small, wheel-like legs strain as it tries to move backward. It's currently as scared of you as you are of it, so you suddenly transforms into a megaphone, at which point your mother yells through it, "Son, if you don't turn this thing off, I swear to God," once again fails to translate what you've just heard, only printing out a series of unintelligible symbols. On the screen showing the creature's picture, it looks happy enough and harmless. Spits out a small piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be a URL. A familiar suddenly yells out a well-formed sentence. "What in the name of Arceus just shouted at me?" You yell in shock. "I did," the Pokédex responds.
But it sputters. It's cooking.men. But why?
Out more names of hundreds of different kinds of Pokémon that you've never even heard of before. Given that we're in some sort of Pokémon building, though, you might need it to get out.
Some kind of
To life once
Pokemon
more.
building.
Pokémon, Ghost types level, 54. It's a Dusknoir. Great. Well, there's only one option, I suppose.
Who's live, I wonder?
Out more unintelligible sounds.
A lot of people live. Sputters and sparks. Your Pokédex.
Before dying completely, you search its screen, trying to find some hint of an idea of what it could have been, but find nothing. As it translates the Fomfox noises,
Fomfox?
according to the Pokédex, it
It
says
just
it
wants
likes
to cuddle. Fomfox.
As it translates the
Fomfox.
creature's cry. Ah. The Pokédex cries in pain. The Pokédex careens into the wall, smashing itself to pieces. Adam? You try again. Yes. Thank Primus. The Pokédex cries in Adam's voice. Then explodes in a small ball of fire. Now you're not only lost, you don't even know what the meaning of all this is. Seriously. Before dying entirely, you sigh and toss it away, before the hairs finally reach you. The end. I don't know what that was, you admit. Before exploding in a shower of plastic and metal, the Pokemon leaps onto you, using sheer
Damero?
force to pin you against the cold ground. Damario. It cries out in an almost angelic voice.
Dameo! It's that fucking video, like, there's like this dog, that's one, like Dame Dame, but I think there's like, what's that meme with the dog? The uh dog water meme? No. Dog anime? No. Whatever. Something Yamero. Yamero. Hmm? Yamero? Yes, yes. For some reason, this is what it made me think of. What is this? Oh, yeah, process properly.
And you promptly drop it in shock. That's a mid-chop, stupid, a voice yells from behind you. As it flies into your hands and begins repeating the words it spoke before. You look at the Pokédex in horror, before bursting into flames. Ah! Son of a! You exclaim, dropping the device onto the ground. Blowing your hair while it flies into pieces before your eyes. Next time, the Pokédex says, just tweet what you want to search. But provides no more information. You consider throwing it at the Linoon, but you decide that attacking isn't a great idea against an opponent that can move faster than you can think. Well, you can at least now safely say the thing isn't possessed. Or at least, not possessed by anything good. You toss the useless device on the ground. Adamerge Realbuktiontalist FH, it sputters. Sure, you say nervously. The creature lets out a loud howl that bursts your eardrums in a red mist.
Okay, I guess I'm deaf now.
Bursts your eardrums. You clutch at them and fall to the ground as you scream in pain. Hairy tentacles begin to wrap around your body, constricting your movement and life itself. Would make the god of werewolves shiver in fear. I'm not eating you, don't worry. I kind of need you alive to help me escape.
The god of werewolves.
Bursts your ears and makes you collapse to the ground. You expect this may be the end.
Everything is so fucking dramatic with this
Shakes
fucking
you to your
AI.
core. Its horrible shrieking dominates your ears. You cover them with your hands and drop to the floor, but this provides no relief, only making your eardrums rumble and vibrate painfully. Your knees tremble and shake uncontrollably, making you feel like you might collapse at any second. You're pretty sure this is what people feel like when faced with an interhyphenic situation.
Interhyphenic. Oh yeah, it's big word now.
Your heart begins to race, and your palms begin to sweat. This creature is capable of tearing you in half with little effort. You don't want to fight this thing. But maybe you can reason with it?
Reason with it. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. What should I do? Reason with the Doom Demons.
Can you speak? You ask softly. The creature charges, growling, as you squeak in terror. Shut up. The fossil yells.
Send out.
The Clefairy floats in front of you serenely, staring at the creature. Suddenly, the creature bursts up into the air and lands in the foyer.
Send out Roselia.
You pull out your Pokeball and release Roselia. Roselia, poison plant. You yell. You spot several large, lush plants begin to grow from the ground. not the plants. The creature shrieks, its voice desperate and horrified. However, it's far too late. The plants have grown to nearly 10 feet and entangled. The creature dashes straight through them, not affecting it in the slightest. It must be part grass type. It leaps into the air, flying towards you. Tackle it, Roselia. Roselia flies forward with a yell, ramming into the creature.
What is it? What is it? What is it? What is that? What is it? Oh, no, not the beast! Not the beast! Ah! Oh, no, my eyes! Eyes! Ah! Ah!
The creature tumbles through the air before flipping around and landing on its feet. It's Growlithe, Faulkner's first Pokémon. Roselia, hold back that dog with a string shot. You yell. The creature lets out a grunt before rocketing backward, smashing through 3 sturdy wooden walls. An odd clicking noise pumps through the room as the creature grabs a metal object and rams it into its chest. An Infernape. The fossil says. You activated the security system. The Infernape pulls the metal object out of its chest and lets out a cruel laugh. A stream of blood spurts out, covering the walls. You stare with your mouth gaping open,
It's fucking
watching in horror. Your
Akira
mental
time.
breakdown lasts only a brief second before you snap back. Roselia. Poison sting. You stare in awe as the creature's skin seems to melt off, revealing a robot-like figure. Die. The robot yells, shaking around its blood-soaked metal arm. Oh my god, what did I do? You say weakly as the creature collapses to the ground. You hear a series of loud thuds coming from the next room, along with some angry sounds. Ah! It screams, collapsing to the ground. The creature shudders, collapsing as cries of pain are replaced with whimper. Adamerge Riabuctriantalist FH, the creature says in a sickening electronic voice. It rips the metal object from its chest with a roar, blood flying everywhere. You realize it was a horn capable of punching through thick steel. The creature charges forward with a yell, grabbing Roselia by the throat and flinging her across the room. She lets out a screech as she slams into the wall, crumpling to the floor.
Send out Bert Jesus.
You pull out your Pokeball and release your Pidgeot, flying forward with a piercing screech. The creature shakes, before drawing its head back and letting out a banshee-like wail.
Well, he's only a Pidgey. Still.
You fumble through your Pokeball as you release Bird Jesus. What's happening? He asks. Rose will die if I don't do something. You throw up your Pokeball as the creature charges towards you. It smashes into you with the force of a speeding truck, shattering your bones. You hold the ball in your hand. Who will you choose to fight? Tip: Pokémon has been known to damage nearby electronics. While this is usually a good thing as it prevents team, with a cry of shove your soiled money where the sun don't shine. You open your ball and release Bird Jesus. He lets out a loud battle cry.
Bible
He
boost!
yells, flying forward with his spear. Bible boost. You yell. You release the great warrior Pidgeot, also known as Bird Jesus. Bird Jesus, you proclaim. Use air slash. You look at your 6 Pokémon, trying to decide which one of the bunch is most capable of saving Roselia from certain death. You glance down at Badges, wondering what thoughts go through his mind. You've got a sluggish Slugma that wouldn't be quick enough to save its own life, a timid Magikarp that'd probably die from asking too loud, a violent Scrub that just leveled down and therefore hates your Weasel seems too pathetic to save her life, and may just
Piss itself again. Okay. Send out Bird Jesus.
Move out of the way, Jesus saves everyone else. You send out your Pidgey, better known as Bird Jesus. The creature looks at it, amazed. Bird Jesus, the creature says in its low, guttural voice. The creature appears to be some sort of hair monster, emitting a low, rumbling growl as it slowly prowls towards Roselia. Draper. Roselia yells. Taste their blood. That name always makes you laugh for some reason. The creature sends out a glob of web, which Bird Jesus flies right through, the sticky goo getting stuck on his feet and sending him to the ground. The Pidgey soars through the air, dodging ram into the monster, slamming directly into its chest. The creature reels backward before roaring, grabbing the tiny bird like an infant and swinging it around through the air. It tosses the Bird Jesus across the room, where it smacks into a wall.
Check.
You slowly turn your head towards the smashed Pidgey, praying that it has survived. The tiny ball of feathers lies still on the floor. You hear a quiet squeaking sound coming from the corner of the room, and your gaze follows the sound to your Pokémon, lying in a heap with its legs twitching. Seeing your poor, dead bird lie still, you're hit by a feeling of despair and sorrow. Why? You mutter. As you rush forward to heal your Pidgey, the creature charges toward it. It savagely rips through the little bird, tearing it in half with its claws, continuing forward with a low growl.
Time to use a revive.
The creature gives a terrifying bellow as it charges towards the golden chosen one. It swings its arm, ramming its claws directly through the Pokémon's chest. You walk over to where your Pidgey lies. It's missing several feathers, and is otherwise motionless. You pick it up and check for a pulse. It's not dead. You rush forward, picking up your beloved bird. A feeling of dread fills your body as you notice the tiny bird is dead. You place Bird Jesus down as tears fill your eyes. Your Pidgey lets out a weak croak, slowly lifting itself off the floor. Do you think you can keep going? You ask. Bird Jesus immediately flips you off, taking a battle stance. Good. I didn't expect anything less, you say. You turn towards the massive monster, which seems to be heavily favoring its right leg. As your Pokemon surround it, it begins to howl, a deep, guttural, crying noise that exits from its throat. There's a significant limp there. You quickly rush forward, grabbing a Pokeball from your belt. You want to be free, monster? Here's your chance. You say, tossing the Pokeball forward. The Pokeball slams into the massive, bleeding creature. The creature looks down and snarls, before being sucked into the ball.
Okay.
The ball rattles 3 times, before stopping. You pick up the ball, staring at the small light on top. Much later, you stare at the gruesome scene. Several mangled bodies lay mutilated on the ground, covered in deep gashes and missing various limbs. Is that leg broken? The creature lets out a roar, stumbling forward. There's a crack as its leg buckles. There we go. We've found the weakness. The beast charges toward you, fist raised. Its right arm is disabled. All that's left are its legs, and it can still use its good arm. But those are huge weaknesses. Your Pokemon begins to let out a growl, glaring at the Onix. You raise an eyebrow, noticing something odd about your Pokemon. Are you not a Pidgey anymore? The ball shakes once more, the creature inside howling in pain. It slams into the large creature, knocking it into the wall. Go, Helix. Use Leech Seed. Bleeding from every orifice. It looks at you before charging forward. It lets out a puff of air that seems to freeze, heading straight towards your head.
Professor Maple.
Dodge.
Is
Inking
this
all
the
over walls.
Canada?
With your Pidgey nearing death along with the monster's insatiable hunger, now would be the time to strike. Do you think you can take him out?
Canada, Professor?
Streaming in, pulling debris from the street into its hole. You hear a yell among the crash and rumble, but can't make out the phrase.
The witch from Zelda as a professor?
Enrolling in a Pokeball of its own. Within seconds, it has engulfed both the large entity and itself, with just the button in front.
I'm a Verizon.
Covered in tiny lice, fleshing the air, roaring.
These battles last way too long.
Covered in fur only on the right side of its muscular body. The left side seemed mostly scarred, with metal plating screwing in place of what should be flesh. Crying now. Weird, since monsters don't have tears. Mom. It's soft,
Jesus.
punch, dying. It's visibly weaker than when the battle started, and you know that now's the time to strike. You give the order to attack, and your team responds without hesitation. Reselia fires several seeds at the creature, which begin to grow in where its skin has been ripped off. Magikarp, the weakest of your team, leaps into the fray. It bowls into the hair monster with a roar, but seemed to have little effect. It collapses to the blood-stained floor shortly afterward. The creature lifts its massive fist into the air, landing it on top of Game Freak.
On top of green. Oh.
It seems like it connects, but its sheer mass and size knocks Magikarp into the ground, where it doesn't get back up. While weak, even something as simple as a slap was enough to kill your Magikarp.
Just stop trying to kill my fucking Pokemon, dude. I'm not doing. It's not.
The creature hardly even
not in
noticed
his luck.
Magikarp had attacked it. Arthur, your Pidgeotto, swoops in next. It tackles the monster with a roar, but fails to do any damage. The creature swipes a hand, smacking the Pokémon into a wall.
Stop
Magikarp's
smashing
bones
everyone's
shatter upon impact
bones
with the wall, and it slumps onto
wrapping
the
everything
ground,
with tentacles
barely
and
moving.
choking things.
However, when the monster turns to stare at Magikarp, it notices Reselia flinging poisonous needles into its back. It roars, stumbling forward and swatting at Reselia. Reselia manages to avoid most of the blow, but she's knocked to the ground.
This is where
This is when
Magikarp proves its
proves
worth. Poggers. Poggers. Magicoggers.
It charges forward, using the fury of its previously failed attack to slam into the creature's legs. The monster falls forward, and Ash calls out, "Now, Crabhammer." The ugly fish does something. You're not sure what. But when the monster lets out a roar of pain, Magikarp has leapt onto its head. The beast is so distracted by the fish that it fails to notice your Pidgey fly through the air again, this time piercing the beast's jugular. The creature falls over, dead. Good work, you say to your team. Everyone okay? Magikarp wiggles its tail in response, while Reselia slowly gets up. Magikarp hops off the dead body, landing next to you. Magikarp saved the day. You say happily. MG Magikarp, the fish answers in agreement. There might be another way out of this mountain. There's a river down below, and if there's a river then there's likely a way to get to it. Boo?
Milligrams of Magikarp? It's a weird name for an album.
You quickly look around for a way out of the room that doesn't involve climbing over the recently deceased hair monster. You spot a small opening in the ground, and you make your way over to it. It's just a room strangely decorated. There's a strange machine on the other side of the room, airing kept alive by a life support system of some kind. When you don't see one, you glance at your Pokémon for advice. Your Pidgey ventures.
No.
Magikarp. Magikarp bellows.
No, Magikarp. No.
You spot a set of doors on the far side, and quickly make your way towards it. As soon as you open the door, you're blasted by a massive amount of steam, which makes it hard to breathe. Still, you stay in the doorway, peering around.
Pick up a Pokédex.
You take your Pokédex out of your pocket, turning on the voice recorder. You point it at the creature to your left. Whatever that thing is, I don't think it's native to Earth.
Magikarp was never fond of China. Jesus.
Your Pokédex, in its pleasant, female voice, says, "Whatever you've been expecting, that wasn't it." It says in its simplistic, digital voice. It stops its brutal attack on Team Rocket, slowly turning to you. It begins approaching you, staring at your Pokédex. The Pokédex says automatically. You press a button, hoping to silence the machine. Your Pokédex states in its usual robotic tone. The Pokédex says, your Pokédex calmly states, the Pokédex states, make a note of that for science. The being shakes off the damage it sustained in its fight with the hair monster, and stands up. The Pokédex says, it doesn't appear to belong here. Interesting. The water stops abruptly, giving way to more steam. You look around, spotting a faint trail of steam rising from the floor. The Pokédex tells you in its robotic voice, major alterations to Earth's ecology? I really don't think so. After the Pokédex gives you this news, it commits digital suicide. At least you tried. So it's not a Pokémon? You ask? Nope, the Pokédex confirms, before pausing for a moment. Oh wait, it is a Pokémon. My database just doesn't have information on it. I guess it's an alien Pokémon. Wow, that's a pretty huge realization, you say. Major scientific discovery, that, the Pokédex replies. Figures, you say, as the Pokédex shuts up. You approach the beast cautiously, but it doesn't move. It stares at you with large, yellow eyes, like that of a cat. You pull out your helix fossil. The urn was given to you by a friendly archaeologist who found it in a 3.5 billion-year-old fossil of a trilobite. You slowly approach the monster, taking out the helix fossil. As soon as you do so, it starts licking its lips in a quick motion.
Everyone says I should fight my cravings. Nope. You know what I do?
You pull out your helix fossil and hold it up, but the creature doesn't look interested in it at all. Maybe this thing wants something else? What is that? You pull the totem out of your pocket, tapping it on its head. It begins to glow red, as the creature's head begins to stretch and grow out, eventually becoming a new body for Helix. You pull the helix fossil out of the bag once again, and mysteriously, the beast goes calm. It sits down on its hind legs, watching your every move cautiously. You pull the fossil out of your bag, holding it out in front of you. What the hell is that? Gah, what is that thing? Is it safe? Tell me it's safe. Gah, I can't watch this. Phil, make it stop. Quit being a
Phil?
wuss, I triple check. It's fine. You ready? It's fine, you assure her. You hear a groan from Parsa's hairless tail, and see it grab your helix fossil with one of its hands.
I'm sick of my stream, yeah.
You ask aloud, to which the fossil doesn't respond. You slowly approach the creature, which watches your every move. You extend your arm outwards, extending the arm that's holding the hair monster growls at you. This is Helix. Well, he was a sea serpent. He gave his life so that I could progress. The Pokédex asks you. The future of science and human advancement, you answer proudly. The monster hisses. Huh? You ask, genuinely confused by its question. It's a Pokémon fossil. The creature asks, its mouth barely moving. A fossil, you respond slowly. I can see that, the creature says impatiently. I mean, what is it? A fossil. One of my friends, you say, as the fossil flaps its wings, taking off into the air. I don't like this, hair monster says nervously. You turn, seeing yet another creature. This one looks human, or at least mostly human. It has the body of a bulky man, but the head of an elephant. What the hell? Gwen asks. The Pokédex asks you. Looks like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of alien dinosaur. Someone asks, as the room's attention turns towards you. You ask aloud. The stone
Jolly
glows
Pirate
brightly,
Donuts?
emitting a squeal of some sort. You drop the fossil in pain, clutching your hands to your ears.
Okay. I see.
Asks your Pokédex. Your first instinct is to answer a fossil, but the Pokédex has already proven that it's smarter than that. It's a fossil, you answer truthfully. The Pokédex asks. My evolutionary stone, you say proudly. You hear clapping, and turn around. The Pokédex asks. I don't know, you admit. But it speaks to me. I'm not surprised. You bark. A fossil, the Pokédex answers. More specifically, a helix fossil. Why is this thing talking? You ask. I think it's a Pokémon. You pull out your helix fossil, holding it up. What is that? The Pokédex wonders aloud.
Retrieve helix fossil from bag and ask it what this creature is.
You quickly retrieve the helix fossil, holding it in your hands and staring at it. Zubat, says the helix fossil knowingly. What's a Zubat? You ask. Zubat, repeats the fossil. Kill. Eat. Wings. Are you saying that this creature is a Zubat? Zubat, confirms the fossil. Grubat. Crobat. Large, flying. Creature. Need to kill and eat. Why is this thing killing everyone? You ask. Kill and eat, the fossil says again. As if that's explanation enough. You sigh, and put the fossil away. Yes. What's a Zubat? You ask enthusiastically. Zubat, the fossil says again. Clearly wanting to expand, the fossil begins to explain all known knowledge of the said Pokémon. That is definitely a whooper, the helix fossil tells you in a scolding tone. A what now? You ask. Correct, the helix fossil responds. What? You ask? That hair beast used to be a bunch of Zubat that morphed together and formed that creature. Why? You ask? I don't know, the fossil answers. That's just what they do. What are Zubat anyway? You ask? You ask? No reason, the fossil absent-mindedly answers. This answer is unsatisfactory, but what else were you You ask? Why not? The fossil replies in an annoyed tone. Now if you've finished wasting my time, I have important information to give. The old fossil goes on to explain that this room was once a mine, but long since abandoned due to lack of resources and cave-ins. You nod eagerly, ready to listen to the fossil. You're standing in what used to be Vermilion City, the fossil says.
Vermilion. Isn't that the one with Lieutenant Surge? Yep.
Wow, thank you, you say. Zubat, The fossil responds again. Zubat. It's a Zubat. What's a Zubat? You ask. Zubat, the fossil repeats. No, that's a Umbot, you say. I just killed a Umbot. What is this thing? Zubat. It insists. You turn to the creature. It resembles a cross between a Pokémon and an animal. Your best guess is that the cave around you is its home, much like a Zubat's mouth is a cave for them. Helix? You ask anxiously. The Helix fossil sits there silently. Helix? You repeat, prodding it slightly. Suddenly, you feel the ground shake as the beast begins to move once again. What do I do? You shout in terror. Just drop me, the fossil says calmly. Time passes, and you hear a tiny voice in your head. Release me from this prison, the voice says. Helix? The blue orb glows once more, before the shadow of a crankworm appears in front of you. It seems to hum and vibrate with a faint color, but it's otherwise still. The fossil glows blue, and a 3D replica of it appears in front of you. Hi, the Helix says. It begins to glow again, as it did back in your room. So that thing is a Pokémon? You ask nervously. I am Ammonite, the Pokémon's voice echoes inside your head. Helix. The fossil cries. What is that, and what was that thing? What was that thing? You ask nervously. That was a Snorlax. Naps are its specialty, the fossil replies in its robotic voice. You stare at the giant creature. So, what's with this thing? You ask nervously, not expecting an answer. That would be a Zelatath, the Helix fossil says dispassionately. Demon of the fifth sin. It most likely lured you down here in order to devour your spirit. It would then live on as a poltergeist, feeding off the energy of the surrounding area.
Oh.
In any case, it's dead. You can dispose of it however you wish. You stare at the fossil for a moment, before shoving it into your backpack. Out of sight, out of mind. You avoid looking at it again. Thanks, you say. You continue down the tunnel, looking for a way out. We're done here, you say, as Magikarp returns and you turn to leave the room. You walk down the corridor past the hare beast, which Magikarp happily eats on the way back up. You then set the hare beast on fire, burning it to ash. You search its ashes for any items it might have had, finding a few gold coins and golden jewelry studded with red gems. No point in taking chances. Good job, kid, you say. Still feeling weary, you approach the dead creature slowly, before stopping suddenly as you hear the door slam shut. Thanks for the info. Whatever, the fossil answers. We're underneath the city of Rulia, the most reviled city. Rejoice that you do not live here. Down. We're down here. You don't know where we are? No, but if we're going back up to the top of the plateau, it's this way. We're near the ruins of Mount Chimney, which was originally an active volcano but had its lava drained away to power the region's power plant. That's all I can tell you, though. Beneath the city and in an abandoned tunnel inhabited by a tribe of Ammonite, who buy souls from the goblin merchants who live a bit further down the tunnels, the fossil answers. We're in an old, abandoned underground subway station. The only way out is up the ladder and to the right, by the escalators.
Is this subway connected to city somehow?
No. It's part of a much older subway system. It hasn't been used in decades. There is no way to access the city, not unless there are some diggings that I'm unaware of. The train tracks extend into the city a little, before ending. There's no way of getting in without another train. Not anymore. It closed down shortly after it opened. Hell if I know why they closed it down. This city needs more public transport. The helix fossil pauses. Wait, you're not from here, are you? It doesn't lead directly into it. It only connects to another line, which connects into Cerulean. Oh. So we can catch a train that leads straight to Vermilion, then? You pause. That means you still have a long way to go. Figures, you grunt in disappointment. Well, let's go. You exit the room, depressing locks automatically locking back into place behind you. You then arrive in a new room. I do not know. I can tell you that the trains have not been used in a long time. Thank you, Helix, you reply. Pressing a stud on your Pokégear screen, you expand the map of Kanto to reveal a full, zoomed-in map of all the major cities. Unsurprisingly, Saffron appears to have a subway system as well, leading to a terminal not far from Cerulean. Red and blue lines run between the various cities. We'll catch the train there. To your surprise, there seems to be a full, working subway in existence underground, though the tunnels seem to be empty. You spin the map around and look for any and all info on the city's subway system. There's another map here printed on the back, which you flip to. Here it is. Subway. A path up the escalator and to the right seems to be marked in yellow crayon. You unfold your Kanto Town map, turning to a page with the image of the old, abandoned underground subway. You scan it for entries and exits on this side of town. Although the page is old and some of the longer out-of-use paths are marked as inaccessible due to cave-ins and construction, you find what you're looking for. Cerulean Station has a blue-lined exit to the northern perimeter of town. You could access this from the old subway if you wanted to go somewhere not on the current subway line, which has been redirected since then. This isn't exactly what you want to hear, but it'll work. It's far, but it's the only one marked on the page.
Down into the subway.
The path out of the cave is narrow, and it squeezes your large body slightly. The large hair-beast's body brushes against the roof of the cave, tearing off loose dirt and rocks. It takes about an hour of walking, but you wind up in a dimly lit area with tracks and the remnants of an old train. You climb down silently, as misfortune has told you to act as quietly and
What?
cautiously as possible. The subway's walls are still intact here. Small lights dot the ceiling of the subway and the tracks are grimy with dirt and dust, with a faded sign pointing the way to Cerulean Station. The subway is eerily quiet, completely devoid of any human presence. In the distance,
Finally.
however, you hear the howls of wild Pokémon. Raul, Cal commands. A Clefairy materializes, staring blankly into the distance. Fari? You banish your Pokémon. A heavy sigh. You flick the Pokeball containing your Roselia flower. The small Pokémon materializes from within the confines of the ball, eyeing her surroundings. The petals on her head move as she looks around. You pull out your Pokeball, releasing your Pidgey to pick one of her moves. I need you to help me take down whatever's in the subway tunnels, alright? You ask? You bring out your Pidgey, calling it out into the empty subway. The little bird Pokémon nods at you solemnly, sensing your concern. The two of you begin to walk down the abandoned subway tracks. RD-76, you beat a hasty retreat to the hotel room as soon as you can, heart pounding in your chest from the adrenaline. You almost forget to relock the door behind you as you push it shut with a click. It's only then that you realize how tired you are. But it's too soon to sleep. Only to hear an explosion of sorts up ahead. It's a muffled sound from afar, but it definitely came from the direction you were going. Slowly, you wind through the subway tunnels towards your destination. Except for your Pokémon, you don't see a soul. You are spotted by a pack of wild Rattata, whose sensitive noses picked up your and your Pokémon's. They emerge from the darkness of the tunnels, eyes glinting red in the blackness. They peer at you skeptically, perhaps wondering if they could take you down. You pull out your Pokeball, enlarging it with your Ultra Grip to prepare yourself for the attack.
Ultra grip.
You realize you don't have any shareable raw food or nuts, so if you're going to feed them, they're going to come to you. There are 15 of them. You are accompanied by a Pidgey. Pokémon battles in the wild work differently from the stylized battles you see on television. There is no elemental weakness, nor type advantage, nor outsmarting the opponent. It's just 5 conscious beings throwing their weight around. The leader of the pack is a huge specimen, with dark fur striped with pale gray. Its claws look incredibly sharp, and its fangs wouldn't look out of place on a shark. There are 18 of them. You're a fierce predator with years of experience on your side, however. They back down. Are we going to make it? Your Pidgey asks you. Yes, Bird Jesus. A dozen pairs of red eyes stare at you from the darkness. What will you do? A single, large rat makes his way out of the pack, clearly an older one. He prowls forward, sniffing the air. He stops just short of your Pokémon, sizing you up.
We're rats. We're the rats. We pray at night. We stalk at night. We're the rats. I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into.
He looks jaded, battle-worn. The fur that doesn't sport a grayish or white color is instead a dingy brown. The scars of a survivor. If he wants to challenge you, your Pokémon has to fight him according to Pokémon League rules. He's 3 feet tall. Obedience is in your nature. This one's different from most rats. It has a twinkle in its eyes that implies it wants to be a warrior, not a scavenger. Rule number 1. The GM gives no fucks. He grows increasingly tired of your stick. You can feel the noose tightening around your neck as the man's brain closes in on reason. Rule number 1. The human must grovel for scraps of food. Rule number 2. The human must always carry food for the Rat King. Rattata is not playing around. The other Rattata emerge, growling at you threateningly. The large one takes the lead again, stopping in front of you once more. Rule number 1. Must obey the large, older Rattata. Rule number 2. Must only eat leftovers or food purloined from humans. Rule number 3. Must never attack a human. Rule number 3. Must never enter a human dwelling. The large rat snaps its jaws, growling at you as it rules out all your potential actions. Rule number 3. Must exterminate any pests that steal from us, such as rats. The large, older Rattata stares at you with hungry eyes and gives you a minute to... Rule number 3. Must live life in darkness and silence. The large, older Rattata draws near you, sniffing the air curiously. Your stomach begins to grumble, begging for any sort of sustenance. What's your move? You continue on down the tracks. It seems like a very bad idea to engage with a large group of aggressive wild Pokémon. Your Pidgey stays close to you as you walk, ready for anything. Luckily, nothing more happens. You continue on your way. eyes peeled for danger. Your Pidgey mirrors your concentration, kept on its guard for any wild Pokémon that come along. After a few minutes, you reach what seems to be a massive underground room. Surprisingly, the pack of wild Rattata don't give chase. They don't move from the spot. Your Pidgey stares them down regardless, but they don't seem to mind. Why aren't they moving? After walking on for a bit, you come across another subway tunnel, this one broken and destroyed. You make your way down into the abandoned tunnel, walking with a slow, cautious pace. Surprisingly for an abandoned tunnel, it's very clean. You hear a rumbling, and realize there's a train coming towards you. You take the fossil Pokémon out of your bag, gripping it in your hands as you peer down the dark tunnel. You hold the heavy fossil in your hands, staring at it as the train roars closer and closer. Just on time, you jump out of the way as a train rushes by. It slows to a stop. You hurriedly retrieve the ammonite fossil from your bag, making your way to a secluded spot. You flip the Helix fossil from your bag and into your hand, staring at it intently. Hey, Helix. What do I do? A smell wafts into your nose. It smells like a magnificent hot meal, being served by a particularly attractive waiter. Your mouth begins to water.
Jesus, what the fuck?
Okay, Helix, what's going on? Why are the train tracks broken? You ask. The fossil remains silent. The train bears down on you, getting louder and closer with each passing second. Okay, Helix, you're really convincing me that I picked the wrong god to worship. You growl. A train is coming, what do I do? The old fossil rattles quietly. Suddenly, it begins glowing, illuminating a path down the right-hand side of the tunnel. Well, the train roars past you, passing right by at incredible speed. It's a huge, yellow, long train, seemingly powered by beautiful, melodic fairy-type Pokémon that flow around the cabin. By the looks of it, it's full of people who are more than happy, laughing, clapping and smiling at one another. Helix, it says as the train charges towards you. Hello again, human. Hi. What do you want? I'm not sure where this train is coming from, or where it's going. Hey, Helix. I could use your help right about now. What should I do? The fossil sits there silently. The train comes closer and closer. Deciding that it's worth the risk, you bolt into another tunnel, bringing your Pokémon with you. Thankfully, it seems to have stopped training. What do I do, Fossil? You ask it. The Rattata's eyes light up as it focuses on the object in your hand. Helix, huh? The voice startles you as it rings clearly in your head, with no apparent source. It's a breathy, elderly voice, but strong and firm despite that. It glares silently back at you, as if to scold you for wasting time when you could be doing something more productive. After a few seconds, it grows bored and dark once more. You listen to it. Ah. It's been a long time. Prepare yourself, human. We are about to be attacked by a group of wild Pokémon. Great. A sinister laugh escapes the fossil. Helix? It asks, as if impatient. The fossil grimaces back at you, swirling markings gradually appearing as it does so. It trembles, but remains still. What are you doing, Samuel? Your mom asks nervously. Helix, 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 the fossil repeats, in an endless broken record. I don't know what to do. You complain bitterly. Hey, you call out. What do? A train is coming. Get out of the tunnel. The fossil glints in the light, quietly pulsing with hidden secrets. Hey, Helix? The fossil revels in your hand a bit, but seemingly unable to move. Helix, you say, imbuing the word with as much malice as you can muster towards the useless rock. What am I supposed to do? It remains silent. Hey! So, a train's coming. Should I hide or hold still? Nothing happens. It remains as inanimate as a rock with a face painted on it should. Hey! Do you think that if I truly believed, I would be able to stop this subway train? You ask it. It shrugs. Hey! Helix? What? You ask, not expecting it to actually respond. You hear a chuckle from the fossil. Or maybe it's just static? Hey, Helix? Helix? Nothing happens. You shake it a little, still holding it up to your ear. Still nothing. Maybe it needs batteries or something?
Batteries.
Hey, Helix. What should I do? You ask. It remains silent, as it has been since you retrieved it from the river. Perhaps it no longer cares. Why have you brought us here? What dangers or rewards await? You study it, focusing intently on any minute changes. Nothing seems to happen at first, but you notice a tiny chip in it. Hey! You mutter. The fossil lying in your hand pops open its eyes, from which a spiraling blue design orbits. What is it, Nick? There's a train coming. What am I supposed to do? Go back. A puff of psychic energy emanates from the fossil, which glows faintly as it levitates in the air. It shakes its head slowly. Helix? It asks. Is that Helix? Your Pidgey asks. The rumbling of the incoming train grows louder and louder. Quick!
Keep falling asleep.
The thought strikes you that it'd be pretty great if it started talking to you. The rumbling grows louder, and you look behind you. A subway train comes into view, headed right for you. As you do, it begins to glow, illuminating a bright blue color. You quickly push it back into your bag. Whatever you're going to do next, you need to decide quickly.
Uh,
Hey, Helix, you say under your breath, there's a subway train coming. What do I do? The fossil sits silent in your hands, imparting no wisdom or words of advice to you. Hello? You ask? What should I do? The spiral appears again. It spins for a while, then slowly begins to resolve into a shape. The fossil wiggles a segment at you, beckoning you. You know what this means. It looks like you're heading to Cerulean Station. Train. That was the correct answer, right? You shake your head, and reevaluate what you're doing with your life. It glares back with its silent, omnipotent gaze. Greetings. I am a land-bound ancestor of the sea elves, Saluter? The fossil asks. I'm being chased by an angry, intimidating pack of wild ratata. Huh? That's interesting, you think to yourself. It does appear to be a fossil. Why is it in your bag though? Flipping it around, you see a note written in Dust's handwriting. To whoever finds this, the boy from the other day asked me where Team Rocket had set up camp. It remains as cold as it's always been. You figure it's better not to take any chances, and you find a spot to hide. Train. Your Pidgey mutters gloomily beside you. Hey, Helix? Any suggestions on what I should do? The others give you a look like you've gone crazy. But then, you always was the What do I do? You yell at it, but it offers no reply. It simply remains silent, falling bat and all. Chest tight, you put it away again, noticing that the train is coming closer. Do you want to get off the tracks and wait for the train to pass? There's a choice to be made now, whether to go back up and risk being hit by the train, or continue forward and go up against whatever forces are occupying this tunnel. The train is approaching awfully fast. Surely if you went back up, you could get out of its way? Your Pokémon looks at you with certain conviction. You could try to beat the train, if you ran now and didn't stop. This tunnel is only one way, so once the train passes you by it'll be clear. It's not stopping, either. If you go up and try to go back the way you came, you might not have enough time to get out of the tunnel before it hits you. If you go back, the train might not have time to stop, and it could very well crush you. Then again, continuing on would pit you against whatever forces occupy. If you go back, you might not make it in time. Make your choice. Also add your vote to the options. Required. Against your better judgment, you decide to continue forward. The wind buffets you as the train speeds by, nearly knocking you off your feet. You could try to outrun it. The tunnel is a straightaway, so you should be able to see it coming. Of course, because you're in a hurry, you've forgotten your flashlight. Hey, what do? It continues to remain silent. The train thunders forward. It's approaching, making it hard for you to hear. You ask it nervously. Suddenly, the fossil begins to glow, lighting up blue. The train bears down on you, its horn blaring. Go to the moon. All will become clear. The helix fossil monotonously responds. You stare at the fossil, disappointed that it hasn't offered you more guidance. You put it back in your bag and get ready to board. When you spot a large, red and gold machine patrolling the tunnels. It's large and intimidating, and it's essentially staring straight at you. A guard. You hiss to your Pidgey. Take him out. This is clearly beginning to get strange, you think. Nonetheless, you keep moving through the abandoned tunnel, not wanting to bother stopping now. The subway train steams past, the carriage clattering noisily as it trundles past you. You look at it, confused. Despite your confusion, you tuck it away in your bag once more. The train is coming, and it'll be here in a minute. What the hell does that even mean? You ask loudly. How do I get to the moon? The helix fossil ignores your question, instead repeating itself once again. All will become clear. With that, it once again falls silent. You sigh, putting it away in your bag. Surprisingly, the subway car isn't completely empty. 2 people stand within it. The subway train rumbles along the tunnel towards you, shining its bright headlight down the tunnel. You drop the helix fossil into your bag and pull out your Pidgey. You're saved. It should be noted that there is no way to go but forward. What do I do? Love, joy, innocence, wisdom, heart, mind, future. The helix fossil replies. The train charges forward at incredible speed, its brakes squealing and hatches open. There's no getting away from it now. How do I get to the moon? You are not ready. My files are corrupted, I only know how to fight. You need to explore the tunnel in front of you if you want to progress. You have 2 choices, face your fear of the moon, or flee from the train. There is only one obvious path. Good thing your Pokémon are with you. Placing the helix fossil back in your bag, you retrieve your trusty aluminum baseball bat. It's been with you a long time, past adventures, both high and low. You swing your baseball bat, the train hitting nothing but air. It continues to speed alongside you both in the tunnel. You're struck by inspiration. You swing your aluminum baseball bat with all your might as the train approaches you. The wind generated pushes your long purple hair out of your face, and your bat hits the front of the engine. You step forward and swing your bat as hard as you can at the subway car. The carriage plows into you, sending you smashing into the wall of the tunnel. Your head strikes the concrete and bounces off with a sickening thud, and you collapse onto the tracks, motionless. The train speeds along the tracks, heading straight for you. You attempt to hit the front train car, but your swing is a pathetic one. You fail to even dent the train with your wimpy blow. The large, mustached fur alligator slowly saunters forward. He stops alongside you, letting out a yawn. The train quickly approaches, its hum filling the tunnel. Garfield's eyes dart up to the oncoming train. His eyes widen in a oh crap expression as the train hurtles toward you both. Zoom. Shoom. In a split-second reaction, your best friend turns into a pure liquid state and flows through the tunnels, heading elsewhere. The oncoming train fills your vision. Zam. You're immediately left dizzy and stunned. The world goes black. You awake to find yourself outside. The train speeds along beside you, the wind from its speed blowing your hair back. Slowly, Garfield crouches down and puts his paw against the train. He pushes him. It whizzes by. The track is clear behind it. Did you teleport? Before you even realize what's going on, the front of the train has already flown right past you, having been eaten by Garfield. The very front of the train is now inside your mouth.
What?
You're sure that if a conductor were to look down the train's front, he'd be able to see you. You've never been this close to a train before. This is surreal. With the front of the train gone, the rest of it crashes to a stop. The windows are filled with faces of people who had been... You're hit with a strong taste of diesel and garbage. But then, the front of the train starts going the other way. Your body goes with it, pulled along by the force of the moving train. It feels like you're on a roller coaster, swung from side to side as the top of the train flies this way and that. The inside of your head is surprisingly also filled with the front part of the train. It's a very
I
odd
don't like this.
sensation, and not particularly pleasant.
It probably is actually, Porter.
The rest of the train speeds past you, missing you by inches. Before you know it, the last car of the train is gone, and the loud rumbling has quieted. You're surrounded by the train, the hum of the subway growing louder as you quickly rush through the tunnel.
There's a significant lack of consistency in this scene.
With the entire front half of the train swallowed,
Oh my
Garfield
God.
looks satisfied, if a bit embarrassed. May, I always wanted to do that. I can tell, you tell him.
I'm so sorry, John.
Come on, that was the engine. Let's find the first car and get inside. You're about to suggest gathering your Pokémon when you notice them staring dumbly at you from behind a forest.
Felix, what about the train?
Huh? The little bird Pokémon asks in confusion, glancing up at you. The Helix fossil stays silent. It doesn't speak or offer advice, and appears to be stumped for the first time in a while. The train is coming. All will become clear. The fossil says, monotonously. You're not helping.
Doomer
You shout.
fossil.
This stupid, dooming fossil is just giving these repetitive, nonsense responses. What do I do? The train is coming. All will I heard you the first time. You snap. The helix says, is up. Down is down. Left is left. The subway train roars as it enters the station, but you're too distracted by the confusing statements of the helix to notice. The helix fossil says, go up. What do you? You start to ask, before you realize that there's another subway tunnel intersection up ahead. The helix fossil instructs. You must go up. Suddenly, you hear a horrible screeching of metal on metal.
Tell Pidgey to use fly.
You take to the sky, as the subway train speeds down the tunnel towards you. You can see several people in the windows of the train, staring in awe and horror at you as they approach. You recall your Pidgey, who uses the energy from his small eggs to fly upward into the air.
Eggs?
The Pidgey flies up to the ceiling of the tunnel and land on it. The helix fossil encourages. You don't really have a choice, as you're stuck between the incoming subway and the pack of wild Rattata. With no other recourse, you jump up onto the ledge. The helix fossil says, go up. The train's headlight is bright, but not bright enough to stop you making out your surroundings perfectly. The helix says, or left. You peer into the darkness of the subway tunnel. You see a path forwards, lit by an old emergency light encased in plastic. The helix fossil commands. All will become clear. The subway train is seconds away.
Command Pidgey to use flight. Carry you above the train.
You open your mouth to give the command, before realizing that Pidgey can't learn fly. You're left under the subway train as it thunders over you, the bright light blocking out nearly all of your vision. The little Pidgey flaps its wings mightily and manages to get itself airborne. You try to follow, but find the exertion too much in your state. Pidgey flies up, carrying you just above the roof of the train. With perfect agility, he maneuvers through the cars of the train cabin, flying forward. The train whizzes past your top speed without you even needing to pedal. It's exhilarating, although with the empty train you doubt any normal human could keep up with it. The train is empty. Not a passenger in sight. How strange. Usually, there are a few dazed commuters riding along in silence. After having traveled a fair amount down the line, you realize something is off. This is an unused train track. The train tracks should be busy with trains going to and fro along this route. Your Pidgey flies into the tunnel, screeching through the air. It flaps its wings desperately as it races after the subway train, a look of determination in its eyes. You take to the air, flapping your wings as hard you can. Pidgey honks in effort, struggling to get you above the subway car before it's too late, but ultimately fails. Go! You yell at the top of your lungs. On command, Pidgey flaps its wings mightily, lifting off the ground. You hold on for dear life, but your horrible, tired muscles can't stay in the air for long. Before you know it, you're thrown from Pidgey's back, and you plummet downwards. You balance yourself, waiting for Pidgey to get high enough to avoid the train tracks. Seconds before the train reaches you, you jump, sailing over the oncoming train. You attempt to glide over the oncoming subway train, but its swing powers are no match for the sheer size of the metal death machine.
Metal death machine.
You hover above it, and wait for the train. The subway train barrels around the corner, moving at breakneck speed. In this narrow tunnel, there's no way you're going to avoid crashing into it. You leap on top of the Pidgey's back, and it manages to carry itself up into the air just as the subway train roars past underneath, shaking the ground. It soars into the air, carrying you upward. You feel a rush of wind blowing against your body as Pidgey ascends into the sky above the tunnel. The train bears down on you at breakneck speed, but within seconds you've cleared the length of the tunnel. From there it's plain sailing, or flying, or whatever. You continue to shout commands at it, desperate to get it to work. Higher. Up. More. More. But, its wings aren't strong enough. Or, perhaps. Unfortunately, it doesn't get very far, as a double edge from the frontmost trainer on the train knocks it out. The bird Pokémon slams into you, as it flies upwards, the train comes roaring into the station. You narrowly avoid getting hit, landing on the opposite side of the tunnel. After waiting for a bit, you start to get worried. You hover in place for a moment, before the laws of physics take effect. Pidgey slams into the roof of the tunnel, falling back down. You fall with it, hitting the ground hard. You don't even have time to be scared of the oncoming subway, which runs you over with great efficiency. You're crushed by the train almost instantly, and your Pokémon is killed not long after.
The end. Not quite. I hope to make it at least to Cerulean City by the end of this stream.
And midway through the tunnel, you get wedged in the tiled roof. You're too busy slamming into the roof to notice the train, just catching a reflection off of the train's mirror. And you fall gracelessly to the ground, as the subway train hoves into view. It doesn't even slow down, smashing into Pidgey and continuing onward. You try to hover above the oncoming train, but unfortunately the subway is so close that there's no time for Pidgey to build up enough strength to get you over it. You hold onto its body tightly, not keen on falling midway through the process of this otherwise flawless plan. It flaps again, harder, and you rise a few feet into the air. You feel slightly weightless for a moment, before the lift peters out. Pidgey keeps trying, but the subway train hits both of you immediately. You hold on for dear life, hoping that it gets above the train in time. The subway train rushes beneath your feet, thundering through the tunnel.
There we go.
Deafening
Finally.
noise dominates your surroundings, and the only clear thought you can process is that Pidgey needs to flap its wings harder. The near-death experience causes something inside of you to freeze up, causing you consider just hanging on for dear life rather than potentially throw Pidgey off by shouting commands. Either way, the experience is terrifying. You feel like you're hanging on for dear life, as Pidgey desperately flaps its wings in an attempt to keep flying. Pidgey keeps flapping, slowly inching its way over the roof of the train until you've passed each other, and you can let go of your frail grip. Still, Pidgey manages to carry you forward, flapping until it manages to get above the roof of the train. Finally, you're safe, at least from the train. Pidgey, however, proves its dominance by flapping its wings with every ounce of vigor it has, and manages to fly out of the subway train's passage right before it reaches your location.
Look down to see that the train is empty. The rushing train.
You look below you, at the speeding train, and realize something. There's nobody in it at all. Hey, what's this about? You ask out loud. You know, I think I've had just about enough of you. There's no passengers or driver, and it's completely unstaffed. There's empty shopping carts inside of it, rolling back and forth with the bumps in the track. There's no people inside the train, at all. What? You start to say, before you see a poster on the wall of one of the train cars. The noise is suddenly overwhelming. The sound seems oppressive, almost alive. You feel fear course through your entire being, and you're unsure why. Something's very wrong. Who's there? The subway train is completely, utterly empty. Confused and uncertain, you turn your head back to look at Pidgey, just in time to realize you're falling. As you look down at it, the train moves from one track to another, disappearing off into the darkness. Then you notice it. Directly across from you is another empty tunnel. Then another, then another. An entire complex of empty tunnels extends in every direction, forming a maze. Pidgey, stay in the air. There's no convenient, comfortable seats. There isn't even trash on the floor, which you would expect from a train that's just transported hordes of people from Mahogany to Cerulean. How can there be a train without anyone driving it? That doesn't make sense. The subway tunnel continues to the end of the line, dipping down and around a bend before disappearing out of sight. It's completely abandoned. Looking ahead, you see that the train disappears into a tunnel not unlike the one you just passed through. Must be on a loop. The doors on each side slide by, revealing empty, darkened interiors. You quickly realize that the subway train must be a ghost train, an automated, unmanned train that careens through the tunnels completely automatically. The subway train thunders through the tunnel, heading straight through a fork in the tracks ahead of you. Not wanting to stick around and have the train ram you into a wall and kill you, you command Pidgey to fly upwards. Maybe this really is a train owned by ghosts, maybe you should get off of it. Now. The deafening noise of the train shakes you to your core, and by the time you manage to squeak out a command, Pidgey has already flown above the speeding train. Because a large, white ghost type enters your field of view, the ghastly creature makes direct eye contact with you and screeches horribly. Whatever the case, you're now out of the frying pan and into the fire. You hang on for dear
this
life atop
music.
your Pidgey, hoping that you aren't about to
What the
die.
hell? What part of the game was this from? $2.17. Entered the dungeon. Huh.
You hear the loud screeching of metal on metal nearby. You shudder as you consider the supernatural possibilities. Fortunately, Pidgey manages to get you above the oncoming train just in time. The automated subway car speeds by beneath your feet, rumbling loudly. Pidgey continues flapping its wings, which are becoming sore. You realize after a while that it needs to rest, which means you need to find some way of stopping this ghost train. But how?
Keep hovering until the train passes.
You stay hovering in place. The train roars beneath you, wind rushing through your hair as you look down at the tunnel walls zipping by on either side. The train begins to slowly die away in the distance. You continue hovering high above the train, which rushes through the tunnel without slowing down. You notice another strange thing about the train: its windows are all darkened, making it impossible to see inside. Pidgey, you say, hold on. Don't move. Pidgey's feet graze the top of the train each time it passes, although barely. You continue to hover in the air, although you're quickly growing tired. You grit your teeth and hold on for a few more seconds, which turn into a few more minutes. You float in the air with your Pidgey for a while, until the train starts to become less and less menacing looking as it recedes into the tunnel. Then, as the roar of the train diminishes, you're struck by a new and potentially more dangerous worry. We're out of batteries. You mutter to yourself, flapping your wings a bit to maintain altitude. We're out of batteries, we're out of batteries, we're out of batteries. Eventually, the train goes quiet and the lights go out, leaving it to disappear into the darkness at the end of the tunnel. Idiot. Come back before you get run over. A voice yells. Oh. Oops. You'd forgot. Then, you finally land, and head to Vermilion City. Your adventure continues. Eventually, you're far enough away from it that you no longer fear it smashing into you in the darkness, and so, you land softly on the ground once more. You're internally relieved that the ghost train didn't choose to slam to a halt when it saw you hovering above it. I guess that answers some questions. It's not long before it slows to a stop, and eventually turns around at a cromulent platform. You continue for a bit longer, past the long line of subway cars. After a few minutes, you're far enough away that the roar of the train is little more than a quiet hum, and Pidgey folds its wings back down. That was exhilarating. You say, beaming a smile at Pidgey. Let's go again. You summon your Charizard once again. Okay. Phew. Thanks, Pidgey. You say gratefully. You saved our lives. Maybe a bit of an overstatement, but in the moment it feels absolutely true. You're far enough away that you can clearly see the slight curvature of the tunnel wall both ahead of you and behind you. Phew. That was a little too close for comfort, you say? Good thing that train was automated. You look around, still hovering where the tracks fork. You feel a pang of fear then, realizing how close the two of you just were to death or worse. In fact, you're almost afraid to float down and touch ground now. Is that the extent of it? No more threats? You're gonna take just a wild guess and say yes. But still, this isn't much of a dungeon. You touch back down onto the rails, feeling stable again. A few tense minutes later, sound of the train has disappeared completely. As it fades away in the distance, ultimately disappearing. You feel extremely relieved that you escaped certain death. You and your Pidgey are soaking wet, but safe.
Why am I wet? Okay.
As it fades into the distance, however, and soon the quiet is broken once more by the sounds of the train. It's a few more minutes before you can relax again. That was close. As it disappears in the distance, and everything is quiet. As it rounds a corner in the tunnel out of earshot, you gather your courage, and keep moving forward. Phew. Thanks, Pidgey. Pidgey coos contentedly, as if accepting your gratitude. We should keep going, you say? There's nobody home here. From there, the tunnel is quiet. You jump at every
Alright, see ya.
nerve-jangling sound, thinking the train has returned, but it's only your imagination. The ghost train never returns. No more ghost trains or frightening messages scrawled on the walls. You keep a brisk pace, and soon come into a platform with 4 train tracks. You arrive at a crossing. One side of the tunnel has a train track, which you are on. On the other sides are an escalator and a staircase, leading up to another platform. The train track just keeps going. A sign points to the south, towards Vermilion City, and another sign north, to Pewter City. A sign facing east, towards Saffron City and the rest of the coastline, has been knocked down. Where once there might have been a route there, a large sinkhole takes up the entire passage. As you look down each track, you see neither a train nor an indication of where a train would go. You turn to the signposts for direction. You have to decide which way to go. Old wooden booths sit unused on the sidelines, but you don't see any police officers. At this point, your beastie call still works less than an hour ago, and night is beginning to fall. A train on the southernmost track is coming to a stop as you arrive. The doors slide open, and you look inside. Seeing as you were meant to go to Cerulean, and that you've gone slightly off course due to your exploration, you decide to just head to Vermilion. Looking at your map, it seems like Vermilion would be the closest, and you know that there's a good gym leader for you there. A path leads off to the east, toward Blue Sky County. The rocks here are old and crumbly, a sign that you're getting closer to Vermilion. There doesn't seem to be any trains coming, and no one is at the station. But if you want to get out of town and head back home to the Kanto region, there's no one in sight. The tunnel starts to echo with the sounds of a distant train, growing louder. However, of immediate importance is Vermilion City. The old man said the bandits have your cave note, so they should be looking for a place to lay low. The subway is too small for trains, and besides the 4 tracks there's little reason to suspect you're in the right place. Where would you even get on a train from here? There's a tunnel towards the front that you think goes above ground, and there's also one offering access down to the underpass beneath the tracks. You consider your options. You came here aboard a train, and there was no sign of a killer on board. You take the train to Vermilion City. As you set off for Vermilion City, the city you grew up in, a pit wells up in your stomach. Your mind starts to race uncontrollably. You disembark. You're on a raised platform next to the tracks themselves, with stairs leading down into the subway area proper. You approach the nearest door to the outside, and see that it has a periodic table symbol for cerium plated on the front.
Take the tunnel that you think goes above ground.
The tunnel leads to a set of disused tracks, which themselves seem to lead out into the wilderness. There's a trail leading from it, and you can see that there's heavy foot traffic. You aren't sure that you made the right decision. As soon as you make it up into the light, you're immediately blinded by the sun and don't know which direction to go in.
Ask Helix Fossil where you are and how close is now.
Before you can take even a single step, you hear the sound of an approaching engine, followed by the deafening screech of its brakes.
Oh my fucking
Come on,
God.
boy, it's vampire time.
Come on, boy, it's vampire time!
Without question, you retrieve your fossil from its dedicated pocket. It glows in your hands, and you speak clearly and distinctly into it. Helix, where am I? You open up your bag and look at your Helix fossil for guidance. It is radiating a faint blue color, which you take as a sign that it wants to be consulted. It appears to you in worry, sensing your predicament. The fossil lights up, and flashes some symbols. You still don't know how to read the ancient script inscribed on it, so you just listen to its advice. Instead, the fossil's empty eye socket rattles and a voice from inside the Pokeball addresses you. "Hey there, trainer," the voice says. You wait a few minutes, as your ammonite fossil doesn't seem to want to speak. Am I close to Cerulean City? It slowly rotates around, almost indiscernibly, stopping to point towards the left. Thanks, Professor. You get on your way. Am I on the right track to get to the city now? You ask. That's still up for debate, he says. Helix squirms as if it were still alive, and seems to be looking back at you. You momentarily shudder at the thought that it's watching you back. Take the path into the trees, it whispers. It's our only chance of eluding this evil. You nod, and recall the Helix fossil. You shrug and silently ask it where you are and how to get to Cerulean. Keep heading toward the water tower, it says in your mind. It's just up ahead. You look ahead and see a white, concrete tower rising above the buildings in the distance. Thanks, you whisper. Don't mention it. You close your bag and continue walking ahead. Your thighs are sore from all the walking, but you have grit your teeth and continue on toward the tower. You are sure that by the time you get there, the last train back to Kanto will have left. As you walk, it seems like you've arrived in a poorer part of the city. The buildings around you look run down and abandoned, and nobody is on the streets to pay attention to you. You arrive at a sign that shows several roads leading away from it. You look around and realize that you are at a five-way junction. You hear sirens in the distance. It's starting to get dark, and you really don't want to be caught out here at night. You follow the pavement around in a winding route, keeping the tower in your sights at all times. Your wooden-nailed shoes tap the sidewalk as you hurry ahead. When you reach the base of it, you are exhausted. You lean against a nearby station wall to catch your breath. Pecking noises strike your ears as a bit of a noisy distraction. Although it seems like you could be walking for hours, the tower stays in view the entire time and doesn't seem to grow any closer. Is this thing ever going to move? You walk past a small park, with a playground and several picnic tables dotting the area. You're committed now, there's no turning back. You reach a nearby street corner and are charmed to find a Persian lazily stretched out in the sun right in the middle of the crosswalk. You see another desert road leading away from paved street, meeting back with it again further down the line. You notice that there are a lot of smaller streets leading off to the sides, but they look a bit run down and you don't want to get lost. Its shade does you well. You're passing by a park when something catches your eye. You start to make out other symbols on the ground, squiggly, unintelligible graffiti. They're everywhere. It's only a half hour later when you reach the base of the water tower. Now what? You think. You look around and see another tunnel going back underground. You feel confident that you'll reach your goal if you just keep your head down and plow ahead. You reach the tower after passing a few cross streets, and notice that each street labels a distance. You don't see a sign on the tower for which city it is, but you do see something written. It says Cerulean City, 2 kilometers. You must be on the right path. After looking up and down the streets, you see a red and white sign that points to Cerulean City. It reads 2 miles ahead. All right. You mutter aloud, then call to your Pokémon. We can do this. Just a little farther ahead. Leading your Pokémon by the hands, you turn away from the tower and head down the road. The city blocks are large, but the miles passed quicker than you expected. Before you know it, the tower that was barely in view begins to rise over the buildings ahead. You travel down the path toward the city, completely locked in a trance. You see a mountain off in the distance to your right, and you wonder what kinds of Pokémon live there. Within 10 minutes, you see a sign that marks the edge of city. It's no longer rural areas and fields now. Cityscape dominates the view from here on in. A minute later, you spot something large and purple. It towers above the buildings nearby and must be dozens of stories high. The base is circular, with 9 vertical lines coming out of its center. Roads lead into it like spokes on a wheel. Did the people who live here design this after a cookie? That's the Cerulean City Gym. The girl says. Your Pokémon says, looking up at the building in awe. You could go and challenge it. The old man remarks, pointing at the building. Looks like we're finally here. You smile and look up toward the purple tower in the distance. A voice says. You turn around and see a woman standing nearby. She gives the building a brief glance before looking at you. Are you looking to challenge the gym leader? The way you're holding your Pokémon. You have an air of pity and indecisiveness, something the average trainer doesn't display. I'd wager that means you haven't received your first badge yet. The woman grins. It's one of the items that makes us stand out in a crowd, and you're looking at it. The building? You reply. The woman smiles briefly. The look in your eyes says that you're ready for battle. Only those with that fire arrive here, only a step away from collapsing. She points behind you. Also, your Pokémon are exhausted and you're carrying their items. The woman's smile widens. That way. She points down the road toward the city ahead. You're lucky. You should reach it before it gets too late. Thanks. It's not far, just back the way you came and turn left at the start of this road. The woman touches the lone Pokeball at her belt. You'll be able to heal your Pokémon and yourself. It should prove invaluable. I need to get going. My shift at the department store starts in an hour. Thanks, you say, and turn back to where you came from. You feel a new energy rush through your body. You arrive back at the Pokémon Center and rush inside. The automatic doors open for you, and the PCs are there for when you need to restore your trainer status. You walk across the street towards the Pokémon Center. Within minutes your knees begin to buckle, and you have to stop for a breather. I can't hang on, you say quietly. With your newfound energy, you walk down the road to the Pokémon Center of Cerulean City. It's the first building with a blue roof, on the corner ahead. Obviously, it's a well-traveled place, seeing as it's on a corner. The automatic doors of the center open for you. A receptionist behind a counter looks at you. Hello, and welcome to the Cerulean City Pokémon Center. Do you need assistance? I need to heal my Pokémon. She smiles at you. Okay. Please go through those doors, and your Pokémon will be healed for free. The automatic doors open again, and close behind you. With that, the receptionist directs you to a room to the side with a large machine in the middle. You step up to it and place your hands on either side of the console. She smiles. The woman nods. Of course. And do you want to deposit any of your Pokémon as well? You eye your roster. The less you carry, the faster you can run from danger. You take out the gun you caught, and hand it to the woman behind the counter. She places it onto a shelf with dozens of other Pokeballs. Your Pokémon will be healed shortly. You nod. The receptionist takes the Pokéball containing the gun, a confused look on her face. She walks to a corner of the counter to place it in a compartment that reads internal use. She then marks something on a clipboard and walks back to you. For future reference, you should deposit all of your weapons before entering the waiting room. She looks slightly panicked as she says this. That goes for anything that could be used as a weapon. You wouldn't believe the things that some people try to bring in here. The woman pauses and stares at you for a moment. But I need to defend myself, you say. You won't need them in the treatment room. She stares at you. It's free. It's not like you need the gun during Pokémon battles, though. You nod to her and step past the counter. A few people in the waiting room give you a look as you enter. The receptionist gets a Pokédex device from the counter and offers it to you. This automatically records the vital information of your Pokémon. Just place it on it. Okay. Please deposit your Pokémon into the next available station. The receptionist points down a corridor to your right. Then, please have a seat in the waiting area. Someone will come and assist you shortly. You head down the corridor, passing lots of nurturing, happy-looking pictures of cute little Pokémon. You reach the Pokémon Center's lab, and place your Pokeball into one of the available stations. Almost immediately, the Pokeball is sucked into place and the station injects healing liquid into it. Then you return to the waiting area and find a seat. A television on the far wall between two candy machines catches your attention. The news is on. Something about a new law going into effect tomorrow. Wait. That's tomorrow's news. You've gone back in time. Oh my god, this is so cool. The past is just like a movie. You're freaking out on the inside, aren't you? Someone has turned it on, and it's showing a cartoon with yellow bombs lighting fuses and running away. Note, the people who made this cartoon were clearly not 21st century people. An oddly familiar man in a brown and yellow shirt is on TV. And yet another successful day for Steve Irwin, as he tours the Johto region with his family. Let's watch that again. Shall we? You watch the scenes of the Crocodile Hunter, as you now know him to be, again. Under each scene is listed the date and area where the particular shot was filmed. You lean back into your seat and close your eyes to rest them for just a minute. You awake to someone lightly shaking your shoulder.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break now.